Good morning, everyone. So we have to get started here. Let me open up the YouTube stream, the Twitch stream, see if YouTube's yelling at me for being 5 minutes late. Probably are. Always like that. YouTube's on point with making sure that I'm always on time. See, okay, no one yelled at me today. See if I can open up this Age of Empires 2 category on Twitch. Hopefully DauT's ready. He needs to finish his ranked game. Well, if he's 5 minutes late, admins can give him a warning. What I will do actually is maybe gonna take this draft I have. I know it looks super dark right there. Turn one of these off. The other one I'm just gonna move up because I'm gonna do without the webcam today because it's early in the morning and I just woke up. And that's too large. I'm gonna put it right there in the center of the screen. Get that roughly centered. There we go. Alright, so we got DauT and Matze, and then JorDan and Lighty, starting right after this. So let's see. Drex, hello Drex, how are you doing? Good morning. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm using the draft from yesterday. I didn't update it. You're right. Thank you. I like how DauT's name is Team DauT. Fix this. There we go. Now that's fine. Yep, and they're starting, so we will get into this. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Capture Age, don't update Capture Age. No, don't update. Don't update my software as I'm using it. Turn auto updates are not a setting that should ever be on anywhere. Update manually. Don't be like Windows. Hello, Ali over on YouTube. How you doing? Man, that is the absolute most terrifying nightmare. Like next time you want to make a horror movie, you don't need any like Halloween spirits or evil demons. Just software updates when you're trying to launch the software. That is the scariest thing I can possibly imagine. And alright, let's see, can we actually get into this game? It should be launching right away. Treasure Beach, we had a great game of Treasure Beach yesterday. We'll see if this one lives up to the same height. Matze, Matze's quite the player. He plays in a lot of our community games. Let's see, and we should be into it. Hold on a second. Something weird is going on. Why am I... Wait a minute. Sorry, Hold on. I'm having a weird audio issue in that my game sound is coming through my speaker and not through my headphones. Okay, now we're good. Can you all hear this? Can you hear everything? Can you hear everything? Okay. I think audio should be working. That was weird. Anyway, so look at DauT's gate. Oh my gosh, guys, we need to fix this. Oh gosh, we can, is this an admin restart? Because he can't get his turkey. Yeah, let's post that there. Yeah, this was on another map, I remember. The turkey holds the gate open because it's in the gate. I mean, the rule says DauT has 5 minutes to ask for an admin re, and he didn't, and I think he should clearly be able to notice this. So, shouldn't be able to spawn at the same distance. Do you use loose grouping? Because the group radius might be the same as the gate. Also, do you place the gate first or the herdables first? If you place the gate first, I think the herdables have to avoid it. But wall placement might override other things like herdables. Not really sure which order causes this, but something like that I think affects it too. Alright, well. Nice start to the game here. This is not the first time I've seen this. I've seen it on different maps before. Is that map that had all of the Gaia houses and like mills and stuff, where like you were like enclosed. I forget what that map was. It was another fortress like walled map there with palisades. That one had the turkey gate thing too. I did see a game where one player ran all their scouts in because of that. So DauT just needs to delete the gate if he ever wants to access that turkey. And a big turkey, I guess, isn't a big deal. Or one turkey isn't a big deal, but having the gate open kinda is rough. Oh, here comes Matze. What will Matze do? Will he get through the gate? Didn't mind him, so he didn't call a re. Okay, yeah. If he wanted a re for that, he could have called it. Alright, militia coming forward. And oh, okay. I think DauT will make up for one lost turkey. What is this? That is a lot of turkeys. Or what are they? Turkey? Yeah, they're turkeys. Well, hello there. Hello there. And Burmese militia. +1. Men-at-arms with +1 soon. The pen. Oh, man. So, yeah, over here, of course, you do have your hunt pens you can capture. Tons of deer and ostriches trying to run away from the boars because they're scared of them. DauT will delete a hole, and then maybe they'll eventually path out. And do some weird funneling there. And the scout will get one of the turkeys back. DauT will get 6 of them, and he'll come over with them. Look at the scouting that Matze will have with that turkey in the gate. He'll know the next time something walks through that gate. So, did DauT dock? No, that's a turkey in the north. That's not a red dot for a dock. Don't see either player with a dock. Oh, actually, there we go. We have Matze doing the dock on his shorefish. So some players mill this like DauT did. Some players will do the dock. Personally, I like the dock. But you could also dock on the outside down here. There are a couple of shorefish and then some oysters you can grab. Down by all the treasure. That turkey dock, new meta. What is this map? This is Treasure Beach. Alien, this is Treasure Beach. And okay, a bunch of ills coming over here to do a mill. Now this wall gives you a false sense of security because it has 1 HP. And it will not protect you from anything. You will huff and puff and blow the wall down. And I think Matze probably lured in his boars if they're there. Matze going for militia. Goth militia versus Burmese men-at-arms. Now men-at-arms for Matze. His, of course, will be discounted. DauT's will have +1 attack. what matters more here. 5 versus 4, but the 4 are better. I'll see how the fight is microed. Here come the men-at-arms engaging down here. And this is a fight that the scouts are going down. Matze will clean this. Matze will win, but lost his scout. He will keep adding in more men-at-arms. I actually think kind of DauT probably came out on top in that engagement if he keeps the scout alive. He's going to have more men-at-arms coming over of his own. So full men-at-arms it looks like. Let's go. I hope the men-at-arms don't get through that gate. Maybe this is something we could do intentionally in a map. Have gates that are open because objects are in the sides. Someday, if we really wanted to troll players. He has a great mind. Yeah, if you've seen T90's videos recently, you've seen a couple of Matze. He played a super long game on DE's version of Stranded. And he also played a game where he douched Hera and managed to win. Hera did the mistake of losing his lumber camp and not having a way to drop off wood when his TC went down. And it's the classic mistake if you have an absolutely huge lead, there's no way you could ever possibly lose the game, but then one silly mistake and you completely mess yourself up. Hello, Maesty. Hello, Maesty. So DauT's still trying to push through. He is up to the Castle Age. Down 33 to 39 in eco units. The Vil counts are about the same, but 5 fishing ships and now a couple of fish traps being added in for Matze. And double barracks from DauT. He's going to go full longsword. He will go full longsword against the Goths. Let's go. He's going to stand on the bridge and attack the tower with the... Oh, yes, he is. There he goes. Oh, look at that tower going down. Well, Matze's not going to take that for an answer. He's going to come over with his archers and try to defend it. And he's going to take a fight with his men-at-arms underneath the tower. And clear quite a few men-at-arms from DauT. The tower will go down, but DauT's going to lose all of his army. Or most of it, at least. The archers there getting some shots from the rear. No fletching there for Matze yet. No fletching for Matze. And Atomic. Hello, Atomic. Yeah, quantity versus quality on the men-at-arms front, indeed. Hello, Petrucci. The Castle Age on the way for both. The way I say Matze, he sounds like A. Oh, is it? Would you say it Matze? That sounds weird to me. I've actually never heard him correct me. I've always called him Matze. Very scenario vibes. Yeah, like Baron writes it. That's how I've always said it. So this is, okay, DauT lost some men-at-arms in the transition, but now he has a lot more. And longsword plus 2 armor squires. He'll need gambesons too, eventually against the archers. Okay. But you get these things up to 4 pierce armor, and oh, you're feeling pretty good. So the bridge also is an opening. You're not fully walled because of the bridges. You could do some more walling to secure yourself. And the archer is going to let the longswords in. Wait, who has the open gate this game? Gate goes down. Longsword on the dock goes down. Archers coming forward, they will attack the longswords. TC going to hit the longswords there. Longswords will be running around. And they will start attacking the palisade over here. Will they get through? Crossbows from behind them, they are trapped. And trapped by quite a few crossbows. Okay, this could be pretty bad for DauT. If Matze can micro here, and micro he shall. DauT has to get out. Only longsword with nothing else, and they do not yet have... Oh wait, do they have gambesons? Okay, they do have gambesons. They do have gambesons then. Oh, they're gonna hop in the ram. There we go. That's how they survive. They hop in the ram. That's all they need. How much attack do Burmese have? Now they have +2. It's +1 per age, so it's +2 in castle. And right now, oop, that's a total of 12. And you can still add one more for a total of 13. And Sabater, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Remember, we are getting close to 14k followers on Twitch and 30k on YouTube. So I appreciate anyone who follows on Twitch or subs on YouTube. I was talking to Daniela tonight. I have a huge list of videos I want to make for YouTube. Once I get a chance to do edited content, we'll be pumping them out. Crossbows hitting the longswords. Longswords have to run away. Does the attack add to the ram bonus? Nope, the ram bonus is flat for any garrisoned infantry. The lowly spear to the powerful Teutonic Knight are the same for the ram. Is this like a closed map tournament? Yes, it is, Soxy. How are you doing, Soxy? Hope you're having a good evening. And then, oh, DauT with more longswords. He's down here in the woodline with some more longswords. Killing some vills is giving himself a vill lead, even with the 5 fishing ships. So he's done quite some damage down here with those swordsmen. At the same time, though, Matze looking to retaliate. DauT has to get a TC up quickly in the back to protect his vills from the crossbows. And Knight out also from Matze. You having a great evening? Well, I'm so glad. That's wonderful. And Soxy is doing wonderful. So this workshop remains on 78 hit points. Oh, Matze's gonna call the GG. So Matze comes over here, he sees, okay, I can't do any damage with the crossbows because DauT has a TC. And the longswords are still coming forward. And Matze, he's gonna be confident it's over then. We've seen Matze play games of several hours. And now that he sees his eco's been devastated by the longswords and he can't do much counter damage with the crossbows, he will call it. Is Maesty supposed to be in class? Emu keeping an eye on Maesty for us. He's in class, he's watching DauT put on a masterclass of longswords. So overall KD 24-21, but eco KD of 14-0. Matze lost way too many vills. He even up in res collected so far, but couldn't deal with the early longsword push. The timing worked out for DauT. Stay in school, study your math. Do your math classes. That's what I always recommend for all the kids, all the adults, all the future generations. Hello, Bolka, Alonzo, and Asif. Oh, my YouTube chat didn't update for a second. The time of your stream is great, just in time for your tea break. You're always taking a tea break, nice. Alien still studying his maths, nice. You can learn about your category theory. Minute. Oh, also, chat, you need to pay attention, chat. You didn't tell me that I didn't have a mouse cursor while I was casting that game. I forgot to turn the mouse cursor on. which it might sound like that is a weird thing to forget to turn on, but I did. That's to a weird looking crowbar. That's a lovely description of calculus. Okay, so for the 10th time, I need to leave this game before reopening Capture Age. There we go. Oh, I can send you a category theory textbook you might like. They have cat theory, so many cute cats out there? Yes. So many arrows. I'll need to find it. I have it somewhere. I totally forget the title, but it was a useful book. The only thing the book lacked was exercises. It needed some exercises, but other than that, it was a wonderful introduction to category theory. And exercises. You can program in Haskell if you want exercises. Oh, Anthony. Doing exercises is pain, especially when you're in your 30s like I am. Is there any free to... All tournaments are free to sign up for, usually. Usually there are community events for lots of tournaments, too, if you're looking for them. Usually anyone can sign up for tournaments for the most part. Oftentimes there are qualifiers. Just pay attention to, I guess, AoE. I'd say AoE zone, but no one uses that anymore. Pay attention to AoE social media, and you'll see announcements for tournaments. So we will have now Ngome as our next map. We'll have Matze as the red Sicilians, DauT as the blue Italians, and once again you have villagers on the western coastline who start with a Nomad start but can build TCs. You can build additional TCs starting in the Dark Age. We've seen 5 TC booms. We've seen 2 TC galley play. We've seen a lot of different setups to this map. There are so many different components. You have the great fish marlin, the shorefish, the pond fish, the neutral docks. I haven't seen anyone trade with the neutral dock. Neutral docks for trading. You have the oysters that you can mine or fish, the relics on the side. Tom Gopher, what are these maps? These are really clowny. That's all I can say. These are Stronghold Frenzy maps. Oh, Brendo, these maps are crazy. You have a ton of zebras and deer near your TC too. And so this map is crazy. DauT is docked. Italians, Sicilians. Italians a water civ. Sicilians, who knows what Matze is going to do here. This is his home map pick after losing the first game. So he probably has a dastardly plan he wants to unleash on DauT. And I see 6 vills moving forward. I may not have known you could build more than 1 extra TC. Well, you can build lots of extra TC. Okay, there's that. For a second I had hoped those were donjon vills, but no, he's just doing a dock. A dock on all of these turtles. So Sicilians, you start with an extra 100 stone. So that means you can build not just 1 TC, but an additional 3 more after that. So 4 extra TCs for a total of 5 without mining any stone. Maybe that's why Matze took the Sicilians. Now, what is the meta on this map? I have absolutely no idea. Every game I've seen has been different. DauT using Italians here. Now, the Civ rules for this tournament are every civilization you can use once throughout the entire tournament. Which means if you have a strat set up for a Civ, you can use that strat once, and that's it. And if you want to save your better Civs for the later rounds, then you're going to be using worse Civs in the early rounds, and potentially putting yourself open to upsets. Potentially someone like Matze might just say, you know what? DauT's probably a heavy favorite. I'm going to pick the best Civ and go for the most YOLO strat I can. And DauT's saying, maybe I got to save my civs for later. And maybe gets caught off guard. Italians feel like they're probably one of the better civ picks for this map though, just because of the fishing, but this dock location from DauT, very far from the great fish marlins. I guess that's one thing you want to keep in mind on this map. Even though there are great fish marlins, there aren't too many of them and they're kind of far from the docks, so your early fishing can be inefficient. And for the most part, the great fish marlins are over to the west, so I think it's better to do a dock over here at the start than it is off the coast of your walled land. Yes, it is a thing. Yeah, big advantage for underdogs. And also, like, you have to have different strategies, right? You can't just do the same strategy over and over and over on the same map if you have to play different civs. You have to adapt to it a bit. I like that aspect of it. Now, this is, you know, maybe not the most competitive thing for like an S tier event if you get to the later rounds and you have like huge mismatches where some players don't have civs left. But for a B tier event, I think it's a really nice twist to the civ picking settings. And also it makes the game start much faster because we don't have to sit through a civ draft. We have a map draft and then that's really quick and then we just go. So, second, third, and fourth TCs for Matze. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hope Matze finds a way to douche. Well, he still has 100 stone. He still has 100 stone. He could plop a TC down right here and douche the dock and the TC at the same time. DauT probably could Vil fight that, though, with 18 Vils. Do Sicilians build the TCs faster at this point? Yeah, Town Center is built 100% faster. So, I guess he can douche now. Alright, 3 TC. The map allows you to build extra TCs in the Dark Age. Just a map script thing. Yeah, just not the initial one. Okay. I was thinking maybe it was throughout the entire Dark Age, but no, just not the initial one. So I guess if you douche on Nomad, like you build the first TC slowly, but then delete and rebuild it, then you'll get the bonus. Yeah, this map pack is a bit surprising. As I said, the clown's really cooked here. And Matze going to go double dock on the right by the relics. Now this is valuable because there are 7 relics here. There are all 7 relics on the map. One of my YouTube comments suggested maybe this would be an interesting tournament for standard victory. And that could add an extra twist to this map. And honestly, we've seen a few wood victories where the player with the map control on the western side wins because they have more wood. Maybe we could balance that out with standard victory and let the relic player over here win. What are the white dots on the north and south? Those are Gaia docks. You can trade with them. I haven't seen anyone do that. Wood, I feel, is a bit more limited than gold on this map. Well, you can trade with them if you want. I think 5 is the correct number of TCs. I would say 7, but that's what Smarthy taught me all those years ago. Yeah, she was ahead of the times. So, Feudal Age on the way now for Matze. He'll probably go straight up to the Castle Age, or I don't know, can you afford that with 5 TC Vil production? Probably not, honestly. I mean, 36 Vils on food, is that enough to keep 5 TCs running? I guess it is. It's what, usually around 6 Vils on food per TC. So he's got an extra TC's worth of Vils there, he can add more TCs. Yeah, 73, 74 to 59 Vils already, and DauT's housed. And that's even with DauT having more fishing ships. So DauT going galleys, but Matze's not on the water over here. Matze's over on the right. And DauT's actually not going to find him with the galleys. So DauT actually committing hard to water when there was nothing to commit to. Yeah, the Mega Ultra Boom. And remember, a loss at this point in the tournament is still bad for you overall because it takes a civ away from you. And DauT won't have Italians later on. How the civs work, you play once you pick a civ, you can't pick it again. There's Matze up to Feudal. And market. And well, I guess I was wrong. I guess with 96 Vils, he had a big enough economy that he can click right up to the Castle Age. I doubted the size of his eco when I shouldn't have. They scheduled for around 19 GMT. Okay, I saw there was another set at 23 GMT. So we'll see what the HyperRandom and other event schedule is. And if I cast the entire day, or if I like take a break and do the Rex later then. So 106 to 67 Vils, 107 to 67, and Matze booming away. The Sicilian extra stone bonus is paid off for him. Has to be careful now that DauT with the galleys can sail down these shallows, go all the way to the edge of the map, and maybe pick off a couple of Vils here that were by the dock. Good news for Matze though, he's already taken most of the shorefish that were by the dock, so he can reassign these villagers over to stone, over to wood, or I'd say over to these shorefish, but I guess DauT could harass that too. War galley on the way, Matze going for another dock, that will be denied. Not gonna get that up in time. Not on stone yet. Not on stone yet. And you also have to be careful, all of the stone is over here on the eastern part of the western land. So harassable from the sea. And Island Man, thank you for the follow. Oh, also earlier, Fritz Harman. 92, thank you for the follow. So donjon time, castle time? I mean castle drop time. Plop one down right here, or right here as the Sicilians. Yeah, DauT has 27 Vils. If he Vil fought, like... I mean, Matze could literally send 30 Vils to do a castle. I guess DauT could quick wallet. Trade cogs? Do we have trade cogs? Oh, DauT! He's doing trade cogs! DauT! Yes, he's doing it! He's doing the trade cogs! Let's go, DauT! He's trading! He's trading, he's playing the map. No one's done this yet. What's he gonna get? That doesn't have any gold on it. Wait, what? There's no gold on that trade cog. Chad, is that a capture? Or let me alt tab to the game. Hold on. Okay, that's just a capture age thing. There's 64 gold on it. Capture age doesn't show that for some reason. It's 64 gold. Okay, just a capture age bug. Just a capture age bug. Bozzy's got to go fix that for us. So 64 gold. Let me tag FYI. Capture age doesn't show gold on trade cogs on Goom. Okay, bug report for Matze. He can, or for not for Matze, for Bozzy. As DauT's trade cogs will indeed generate gold for him. Yes. Are all big names participating? Not all big names. We do have DauT and JorDan and freaking Andy and a few other players of really high level. I think what we have running here. I don't remember the full list of signups. Rapture can fill in the rest of the names. We actually had significantly more signups than I thought we were gonna have. Casting without pro. I'm not gonna support a subscription fee. So, okay, 106 Vils for DauT. He's down by, what, 3k resources collected. We have Imp on the way for both players. DauT will be 90 seconds later. He's doing Masonry. And he has complete water control, both of the west and of the east. It will be hard for Matze to get back on water. And also, maybe he's trapped over here on the right. I guess he probably wants to mine all the gold and take all the wood he can. And maybe try to transport ship, sneak his way over here. Oh my gosh, that'd be brilliant. Matze, if you were to do a clandestine dock over here, do a transport ship, and then drop 20 Sicilian villagers right here for a castle on DauT's face, oh, that would be brilliant. So castle war in the middle, Matze up first, and also going for a ram push along with a couple of knights and some trebs. As well, that elephant block the rams. So castle on the mainland, while DauT's also going for a castle drop on the right. Matze will do his own castle in response, and he is the Sicilians, so he will get his castle up. There's a lot of farms there that he'll need to make sure he doesn't lose. He is investing into this side of the map. Remember, DauT also will have access to cannon galleons soon. So ram push going for the castle, as well as I'm sure trebuchets will be on the way. And ballistics will be needed to hit those speedy trade cogs, probably. Hey, look at him go, avoiding the castle fire. And castle here, probably gonna go down. Don't think DauT can really repair all that well with a castle this close. Would probably hit the repair vills. Maybe he'd need Fletching or Bodkin, but shouldn't be able to repair that much. So DauT will lose the castle there. He will fall back. He'll have to do another castle at home. With DauT having water control everywhere, I think it will be hard for Matze to get back. So DauT doing his own trebs. Italians are hard to beat in this fast imp fight, but the timing for Matze should give him a nice advantage. He is still up 147 to 108 vills, and now that's 5k more resources collected for him. If he could ever castle here and get the relics, that'd be great for him. But right now, Matze is the one with this middle castle who has all of the wood control. And has to be maybe wary of cannon galleons. But the ram push continues, the Treb coming over. Treb could maybe deploy over here and try to go for the TC. Or it's just going to deploy on water, but that leaves it open to demos and fires. I don't like deploying Trebs on the shallows. But maybe Matze just feeling he's so ahead, he needs the timing on the push while the rams are still there. How do rams do against ships? That I don't know. Genoese crossbowmen, how do they do against Sicilians if we get halberd cavaliers? Yeah, and this is what I don't like. The Treb will go down right away to the fire, whereas the Treb over here would have survived a bit more. Condos, oh, you're right, it's condo time. It is condo time. So DauT probably going to lose this castle. Looks like the Trebs are out in time for Matze. DauT sending vills to repair. Will need to repair. He will have 9 vills. That's not enough to repair against 2 Trebs. And will slowly but surely keep losing HP. And rather quickly it does go down. Matze needs to maybe repair his castle, as he can take out that Treb and stay alive. There's no reason for him to lose that castle here. Well, I guess he doesn't have stone to repair it. He needs to repair. Meanwhile, some night raids continue from Matze. Remember, Sicilians do resist bonus damage, so the Genoese crossbowmen will be less effective against them. And there is First Crusade. First Crusade. Well, when I say less effective, they're still fairly effective. So that's what all the castles are for. And Matze lost his castle over here. He'll be losing a Treb. He will get a few sergeants over here, so that's good for him. He is some military now. He can go fight the pikemen and the bombard cannons. Bombard cannons coming over. Matze, there's so much for Matze to micro. I think he's losing track of everything. He's trying to fight with knights on the mainland, on the western coast. He has added docks and fish in the pond. He has some sergeants down here. This TC is idled completely. DauT with the water control taking the stone away. Knights going for the war galley. Matze still has 6k resources collected more. The first crusade would also be his last crusade. Based on DauT's map control. So Matze up to 200 pop. He doesn't have 200 pop space anymore due to losing the castle. Oh, he's trying to build houses, but he's going to lose the houses too to the cannons. Okay, I guess good thing for Matze is he mined a lot of the gold here. He's not going to leave too much left for DauT. And he still has the wood control. And I don't think Matze is going to resign while he has the wood control. DauT can have 7 relics, but if he doesn't have wood, don't know if he can win the game. Yeah, look at that stockpile of resources for Matze. He's at 200 pop and can't spend it. He's going up to the 5th age. And don't think Sicilians really have a chance of getting back on water against the Italians late game. They do have shipwright. They could do shipwright and fast fire. No elite cannon galleon though. Italians, they do have shipwright. No heavy demo. Sicilians, they could do galleon. Yeah, and he's gonna try to get back on the water. He needs shipwright. That's the most important tech, and there he goes. He does shipwright. Shipwright is insane. Ships are cheaper and build faster, which means if you are down and need to get back on the water, you need that tech to pump out a navy as ASAP as possible. Gendo beats pretty much anything Sicilians can make. Not the siege onager. Hey, look at all the different unit types DauT has. Condos, cannon galleons, bombard cannons, trebs, fast fires, war galleys, pikes, Genoese crossbowmen, trade cogs, fishing ships, and villagers. He's trying to explore the entire tech tree. Do all the units. Ever understood what we call burgers a sandwich? We usually call them burgers. We have lots of different types of sandwiches in the US, though, that other people probably wouldn't consider sandwiches. So DauT's won everything over to the east. Do you think DauT knows that there are relics on that island? He hasn't scouted it if he does. The campaign AI army, yes. Alright, what is that YouTube comment? Anyway, so back on the water is Matze. And with shipwright and the wood control, maybe he could win the water now. DauT pushing. Ooh, DauT has an elite cannon galleon. Does the cannon on the front of that get gold now for the elite upgrade? Does this have a different graphic? I'll need to explore the cannon galleons now. Is that a normal? Do these have different graphics? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay, okay. Alien confirming. Yeah, I'm looking at that and I'm like, that's a bit more golden than I'm used to. So Matze, he's going war galley. He's ready to get back on the water. He's still, I mean, he's not at 200 pop because he needs more houses. He needs to just slam down a whole bunch of houses in the back. He's lost so many. Oh, wow. If he's going to lose that castle, he will be so housed. Are these Genoese crossbowmen? These things look so different now that they're elite. That gold really pops out on them, kind of overwhelms their color scheme. That's the thing I notice about a lot of the elite upgrades, is that their color palette changes completely, and they don't look like the unit right away. Were they always golden? Really? Okay, we'll need to do some graphics investigations then. It's an old change. Okay, okay. Is that they were very gray on the original game. That's for sure. So DauT wants a castle drop of his own, pushing in with the Genoese crossbowman. He is doing guilds. And right now Matze's win condition would be holding on to the wood. Because Matze, I think, with the wood, is in a position to take the water. And if he can take the water, he can treb these castles and play just with control of the west. Matze, yeah, but Matze's no stranger to wood games. He is a stranger to microing his knights, maybe. There we go. Oh gosh, can these move? For a second, no, I was thinking maybe this is a DE bug, but yeah, stand ground knights. Always got to be careful with them. Ship rate for DauT now, but the early ship rate for Matze has let him get back on the water, and water control gives him now a fighting chance. Genoese crossbowmen will be hard to deal with. They'll run directly under the TC. That will not be good for them. And that's a TC that does have bracer. That has some wood access now. And Matze, remember all those res he was floating earlier? He has spent them. And Matze could do with some cannon galleons of his own maybe to push that castle. Doesn't have any more castles left, so no trebs. I don't know, demo. Imagine all the Genbos getting demoed. I know, demo for DauT. Well, for DauT, it's because of the galleons. Oh, and there you go, cannon galleons mixed in. 3 cannon galleons. You see how gray that is in the image here? That is a distinct gray. Normal ones are gray is elite. Yeah, that's what we need to. We will investigate that. But between games, remind me, we'll open the scenario editor and we'll check. Because these here are normal cannon galleons. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, we don't even need to do that. We don't. Here, it's gray. This is completely gray. That is very gray. And DauT doesn't have any elite ones left to compare it to. But okay, okay. That is gray. We've confirmed. Gray for the cannon galleons, gold for the elite. And okay, Genbo is getting surrounded by the knights. No Cavalier upgrade from Matze, just knights. And, well, they will get a lot of kills there. Look at those corpses. Look at those corpses. This is, imagine if DE had proper skeletons. This would be amazing. So that is a good KD now for DauT, 200 to 114. No imp armor either, and also no Halberg. Okay, give the knights the more HP, 20 more HP, and 4 more armor, and that fight goes differently because they do resist some of the anti-cav damage. But DauT will win that. That game was crazy too. This map has been amazing. So 207 to 115. Res collected is still pretty similar. I mean, using Matze hugely ahead. Ahead in the imp timing too. DauT with the water control. Never really let Matze feel comfortable that game. Yeah, he was really stuck on the cav for a while. Alright, update the scoreboard. Do this. 2-0 for DauT, it is a best of 5. And we do have JorDan versus Lighty coming up next. So if DauT wins 3-0, we do get right into that. If Matze extends, we stay here. I think the level wasn't high enough. I think you need to watch the level of the cannon galleons. Because we're going to see how these things change in level, in color. Alright, so where are we? We have, I can type in here. Cannon galleon. Elite cannon galleon. Yeah, it does change. It does change. It becomes golden. It becomes golden. Okay, so here we are. We're checking the cannon galleons. It is gray and then gold, and they changed the icon too. The only thing I don't like is the golden cannon is a bit thinner. It's not as like thick. It's longer but less girthy, I think, just eyeballing it. Why is it thinner? I think they need to make this more girthy than so it matches the first one. It's okay, maybe it's a bit more secure and not just having the ropes all over it, but yeah, okay. So that's our cannon galleon difference. The back is also a bit chunkier too. I like the back, that's fancier. Yeah, it's a whole different mold and not just a recolor, which is nice. They put some effort into that. Maybe being thinner makes it shoot more accurately. I don't know. Anyway, so that's the cannon galleon graphics. We had cannon galleon's last game. We couldn't go without checking that out. Maybe bronze, which would be pretty accurate. Bronze cannons were better for a long time and also a bit thinner, albeit heavier. Okay, there are some cannon facts for us. I've also learned that the plural of cannon is cannon without an S. Cannon, yep. and the S at the end is a very modern evolution to the plural of cannon. Oh, okay, it will be Sardis. It will be Sardis. This is what I call 6 times Zawal. Because Zawal has a single Gaia wall with 1080 hit points. This has not just one, but 2 fortified walls with 3000 hit points each. So that's about 6 times the total amount of wall hit points. We'll have Matze playing as the red Cumans and DauT playing as the blue Poles. In the middle of the map is a trade workshop. You capture the trade workshop, and you get a good resource trickle. We did see a Cuman pick the other day for a ram push into control of the workshop. And double fortified walls, yes. Into the galleon verse. Now will DauT know about Greek units? Will he? Will these walls also be repaired by villagers? Yes, Rage Squad. You can or rage squid. You cannot attack the walls with villagers, they will be repaired. And you also have the mercenary camp, which, the capture age update this morning means we no longer see missing string 444,000 something, we see mercenary camp. Here you can train some units from the Battle for Greece DLC. You essentially have the Sickle Warrior, which is kind of like a speedy Shotel-esque warrior. You have the Peltast, which is basically a skirm. The Slinger, which is kind of like your hand cannon, Inca, Slinger, anti-infantry unit. And then you have your Hoplite, which is just kind of like a chunky, good infantry unit. That workshop gives lots of res, says Soxy, with emphasis on the lots. DauT, happy that his board did not lose all the food. Kills it with the TC. Making hoplites to kill the wall, then boom, by minute 48 you get in. By minute 48? I think you're underestimating how quickly the hoplites break through. I think it takes at least 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, we'll see if Ikumen Ram pushes the wall. We have seen that and it did work. I'm gonna start sipping my coffee. They move slow but hit hard? I honestly don't know. So someone more familiar with the map can give us some insights onto the units. I played it a couple of times, but I don't have a great feel for how all 4 units exactly work, other than Peltasts feel really good against, say, war wagons or conquistadors if you have one of those unique units. The problem with the mercenary camp is it's very flimsy and it's far forward towards your walls, so it can actually be punished. DauT, I don't know what map hacks he has, but his mercenary camp is really far back. Like I said, Crab tower rushed me and destroyed the mercenary camp with a tower before I could react to it. So that was scary. You can't hop over in a siege tower, right? But then that also limits you because you can't hop back. You can hop vills and have another siege tower and then go back and forth with 2 siege towers, or you could ram it. Oh, hoplites have a slight range? Which makes it a better hitting unit. Okay, makes it a better pathing unit. There's no way DauT knows there's a trade workshop. 95% sure he doesn't. Oh boy. Oh, we'll see. Again, as I said, any loss here means that in later rounds you just have access to fewer civs. Bump it up to 100%. Yeah, it's always nice to see events like this because we have a lot of creativity in the different maps. Yeah, so DauT making a Sickle Warrior. This guy, he attacks really quickly, so he's great against low armored targets. Or is that right? Or is he better against high armored targets? Well, I guess 1 damage over time doesn't really affect things. Yeah, I'm going to say better against low armored targets because high armored would basically cancel out all the attack. But he attacks rather quickly, that 1.33 reload time. And this he's probably the best unit for getting through the wall early. But 3,000 hits, yeah. It says bonus against buildings, yes it does. And they do have 0 attack bonus against buildings. So, is that accurate? I don't know. Looks like it's not. This Matze up to feudal, and immediately he does the blacksmith. And what is the blacksmith a prerequisite for? The siege workshop. He will ram this wall, and he will go directly for the trade workshop. Arson? You need to be feudal for arson. But yeah, arson would apply to it, I believe, and give it an extra attack against buildings. The problem is, the fortified wall has 24 building armor, so I don't think the extra attack versus buildings matters. Okay, this is confusing though, because Capture Age doesn't distinguish between the 2 building classes. There's one class that includes all buildings, and one that includes all buildings except wonders. So it's like one of them includes wonders and one doesn't, and I don't know which is which. And I don't know, and obviously one seems to include this fortified wall and the other doesn't. So I don't know if arson affects based on Capture Age. I need more distinguished information. wonder why. Also, hello Sam on YouTube. I'm sorry, I didn't see your comment earlier. I wonder the wonder. Dream doesn't lie, chat doesn't lie. So here we have feudal. Just about finished. There we go. And we'll have a market and blacksmith for DauT. With a TC going up here for Matze. Blacksmith market for DauT. Sickle Warrior, a bit redundant for a civ that gets Obuk. Oh, is that what they do? Do the Sickle Warriors strip armor? Is that what they do? So, there's my armor comment again. Then they're really good against high armored targets. Yes? Okay, so really good against highly armored units because they quickly strip the armor with how quickly they attack. Okay, so Sickle Warriors can be sick. Wins against poles. Hello, Brad first. Welcome to the chat. Mayan practicing. Maya practicing now. So there's the trade workshop. Trade workshop from Matze. He is through and he is getting a huge resource trickle from this workshop. Yeah, either 3 petards versus fortified wall. Yes. So lumber camp on the way up for DauT. Time for him to go full peltasts. And the ram is coming forward. And remember, this is a neutral wall, so if your opponent rams their way in, you won't have an alert. They'll come out of the shadows and catch you off guard. Is your def repair? Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious. Well, he wants to ram. He should just ram the segment that's being attacked. Like, why are you ramming over here? Just ram here, you'll get through. You'll help him get out, yeah. He goes right next to DauT. I hear him saying, you can go to the side, be sneaky. No, he goes right at the front. So DauT will see this. DauT will see this. But you are right, he could send a villager and repair the wall. It doesn't cost anything to repair the wall, it's free and you can trap them in if you do that. Siege tower becomes the option to get out then. That would be pro level gaming to repair the wall. So heavy plow for DauT, he is ready to boom as the poles. DauT not knowing about the workshop is really gonna hurt him. You think he read the handbook? A lot of effort into making the handbook look pretty. How much res does it give? A lot. We see Matze with a 400 res lead, and he's also 2 TC Kuman Boomin. Oh no, Matze, no, Matze. He's autopilot mode thinking, oh, I need buildings to click it for the castle age. You have a blacksmith already, Matze. He's gonna double blacksmith. Double blacksmith. Yeah, you get more resources depending on age. So maybe the Kumans actually need, like, maybe you need a fast castle civ, because they're not getting as much res in feudal as he would in later ages. Yeah, he just wants the fast upgrades, I guess. Does the workshop count as a feudal building? I think it doesn't. And I guess the trade workshop doesn't count either, depending on what you mean by workshop. There he goes, up to castle. I think you do need the market. Yes, it does. Oh, the feudal workshop does count as a building to go to castle? Does it? Does it count? Alien saying it does? Okay, well, both of these buildings were not needed then, but you know, why not? Maybe he wants double blacksmith upgrades. Maybe he wants the market to buy and sell resources. Only DauT's done that so far. Maybe he just wanted to build the market to check whether or not DauT sold stone by looking at the prices. That is 100% why he did the market. And now he's just preparing because eventually he will want to do double blacksmith upgrades. He doesn't have any yet, but eventually. And hello, Davisi152, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. He's still floating a ton of wood. So what does he do when he gets up? Just plop down extra TCs and do a trade workshop boom? Sometimes the workshop's closer to a forest, but I actually wouldn't be surprised to see middle of the map TCs secure the workshop. Waiting for DauT because you want to go to bed? Well, if DauT finishes on time, we jump right into JorDan Lighty and don't miss anything. Matze trying to make that not the reality. So here are the peltasts. Stats on the peltasts are they are kind of like a skirm, but just have an attack bonus against cav archers instead of normal archers, but have more pierce attack and have good pierce armor. So kind of an anti-range unit by fact that they have good armor. And enough attack to kind of make up for the lack of their attack against archers. And yeah, TC's in the middle. Oh, I thought he'd add 2 TCs. He is adding 3 TCs for a total of 5. Look at all that food he's floating. Look at all that wood he's floating. He doesn't have enough villagers to spend all of his wood on farms. And DauT, meanwhile, is just 5 TC booming, has not come to the middle. And I'd imagine Schlachta privilege for the Poles would run into problems if the Cumans can get paladins out in time. So now it becomes maybe a timing thing where DauT's up in Vills actually. And if he can do maybe a Schlachta privilege flood of knights, because he can castle drop the wall and maybe that'll get him through. Or cavaliers before the boom finishes for Matze. Maybe there's a timing window for DauT. Just amass hoplites? I think it's hard to amass a lot of them. You only have 1 mercenary camp. Does it correctly attribute this? I have no idea. Where's Bazi when we need him to answer the questions? I would think it does, right? Because it should, I mean, capture should account for free-for-all games where the monument gives you a trickle, so I would hope it does. You don't feel like either player is committing to booming properly? You don't feel 5 versus 6 TCs is a proper boom game? This is like what Ornlu dreams about. He goes to bed at night and then 6, 7, 8 TCs. What does the market in the middle do? You can't trade with it. It gives you a trickle of resources. It's like the trade workshops if you see the map Aftermath in DE. There are some neutral trade workshops you capture and give you some resources. So castle here going up for DauT. It does count. All right. How is DauT more Vills than the Cumans? Because he got to the castle age and went for 2 TCs right away. And that basically lets you catch up versus the extended feudal boom. He added 2 TCs for a total of 3. And Matze didn't immediately do his second TC when he hit feudal because he started with the blacksmith workshop and ram. So the 2 TC boom was a bit delayed compared to a pure feudal 2 TC boom because he wanted to grab the workshop in the middle. So stables now, and I think Matze just goes paladins. Paladins against... What does DauT do? Schlachta privilege, and that should probably... It won't be as good of a unit. It will be cheaper. Can he get... Do you get enough numbers with the Poles to fight paladins? I don't think so. Especially not when the workshop's here. And Matze gets imp. All in hoplites does all in hoplites work? I mean, having the mercenary camp can actually fill that hole in the pole tech tree that they don't have halbs if they go hoplites. I don't know if they're as anti-cav as halbs would be, though. Well, DauT is through. He doesn't have Schlachta privileges. He's adding stables. Doesn't have much gold. Halb light. I have no idea, but it feels like it should. Double blacksmith paying off. Look at that. Iron casting, chain barding armor, paying off everything. Well planned out from Matze. He still has not used that market of his. If it was the workshop, that indeed counts. But the double blacksmith is paid off. And he's step lancers. Instead of, oh, you know what, actually? Does he? I was gonna say, if he did step husbandry, maybe this is brilliant because he trained them so fast that he could get to 200 pop right away. But no, he's going steppies. Not gonna go paladin, he's gonna go steppies. So step husbandry could be nice. Wait, he has 3 blacksmiths. No, he has 2, he has 2. Oh wait, he has, what? Triple blacksmith! Why did he do it? What? Did he go up to imp thinking, yo, he wanted to double blacksmith? But he didn't realize he already had he's 3 blacksmiths! Triple blacksmith! He needs 5 blacksmiths to do all 5 tech lines at once. Yeah, 5 blacksmiths is optimal. Soxy knows. Yeah, Matze getting ready. Oh, wait, DauT. DauT is going winged hussar. DauT is not making cavaliers. He is making winged hussars. He needs conscription. Okay, you can't not have conscription if you're gonna do winged hussars and spam them. Will he get conscription? He's got 13 villas repairing. This will keep the castle up for a while. It'll be 20 seconds though. It's getting close. Matze is gonna step on the trebs to keep them safe with his steppies. And armor coming in for DauT. Oh, he also needs the unique tech. He needs... okay, he has Lighty Legacy. And so Step Lancers versus Winged Hussars. The Step Lancers should win this hard, right? Like really, really hard. As in, what could DauT possibly do here? Okay, Blackwell. Plate parting on the way. Here's Elite Step Lancer. Yeah, there goes Salted's bedtime. Hussar is going down. And here comes the Step Lancer flood. Can DauT do anything here? I don't think so. Poles don't have a unit that can fight this. He's trying to go Cav Archer. And there's GG. So Matze will take a game. A game in which I don't think Poles boom to fight the Kumans. And I mean, honestly, I mean, yeah, Matze went for the ram push and took the workshop. I don't know what Poles do in this Civ matchup. I mean, Step Lancer, Paladin, whatever he wants. I think Matze just wins. I still think Paladin would probably be less risky. But the if you're gonna go Step Lancers, you gotta do Step Husbandry. Make him train faster. Matze triple blacksmith. But not getting his unique tech. Anyway, that's a win for Matze, and all in all means DauT will not have access to the poles later on, should he want them. And so Salted Pepper will miss his bedtime, it seems. Oh, and hello, Jonathan on YouTube. Humans built a siege workshop first in the TC, yeah. Indeed, that's how the Vil difference happened. Alright. That's 2-1. DauT losing on Sardis, and he can pick the map now. Tulo or Todai. Todai G. And Todai G, remember, does have a sudden death aspect with the monument, so anything could happen there. Hello, got no name? Next, someone has to play is 3 best of 5, 2 best of 7? No, Masty, it could be 3 best of 5 for the qualifiers, then another 2 best of 5, and then 2 best of 7s. So 5 best of 5s and 2 best of 7s. But if you sign up without any DLC, you still fit, and you just can't use the civs. Obviously, you can't use a civ if you don't have it. And are they in the game? Nope, just waiting for them to host the lobby. If you do too well in the tournament, you may have to buy more DLCs. This is how they get you. Okay, so we did the math. So there are 35 civs in the base game, right? This is 5 times 5 plus 14. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there you can play. Actually, you know what? You might actually need more civs. How many are there in the base game? It's only 3 best of 5s? No, Masty, it's 3 best of 5s for the GSL stage, and then you go to a 6. Wait, how many players are in the? Then it's a 16-player single elimination bracket, right? And then it's 5, 5, 7, 7. Right. That's how the bracket works. I'm not, like I said the other day, I wrote the handbook. That doesn't mean I read the handbook. I need to do my thinking then. AI generated handbook confirmed. You got your info from a random scheduling channel? Okay, we'll open up the handbook while we wait for them to get their lobby. Are they in a lobby yet? I don't see them yet. Hold on. Okay, I don't see them. Oh, they're in the game. They're in the game. They're playing Toad IG. We'll do this. Okay, after the game, we'll look at the handbook again. Okay, we'll look at the handbook, and we'll come to the conclusion. We vibe coded the tournament. You know, cause we actually had a call where we talked about this, and like we have this in our notes written down, but off the top of my head, I'm forgetting what the answer is. We'll rederive it. So this is the map Todai G, and this uses some of the new Asian DLC, or I guess Asian patch graphics. It's not from the DLC, from the patch. Asian patch graphics, and we see first off the flower terrain. It's the grass. There's grass flowers 1 and grass flowers 2. and they're used on this map here. We have some scenery, flower objects, and it just looks really pretty. All blended together here. And you have some foxes there. You can hunt some relics in the middle you can take. And then, of course, you have your walled maps, one of the most beautiful objects ever designed, the stone wall. In each of the corners, there are some shorefish you can go grab, also a bunch of foxes out there. So you send your vills to grab the shorefish, you get some gold from the foxes too. There's one of these in each corner, also some stone over there. And then you have the Wonder. The Wonder, surrounded by these fortified city walls. There's like a city gate in here somewhere. Is there a gate? There's supposed to be a gate here, right? This is an admin reef, there's no gate. There's supposed to be gates, I think. Is there a gate? I can't tell. Well, if another player has a gate, I guess it's fair. Where's Rapture? Can Rapture confirm this for us? He said he fixed a bunch of cases where they were missing gates. As I select stuff, that capture age isn't giving me a gate. This isn't Bazi's. No, this isn't the Bazi map. Bazi did Sardis. Bazi did the previous map. Appreciate for keep the grass turned on. Yes. Hey, when I cast that, I don't use the plant remover mod. Fixed much like pathing. Well, it's the same for both of them. Anyway, this is in some sense sudden death, because if you lose the Wonder, then you are defeated. And I hope that DauT knows that. And now we will see that there is no gate, as the villagers cannot path to that mill. And yes, there is no gate, it would seem. So that is Rapture, you gotta go fix the gates. That's what you get for preparing. Okay, let me just ping Rapture here. Also, he'll just have to delete one of the walls, and then he can get in. There he goes. And re-wall that. So you might be asking, why is there a whole bunch of rock terrain out here? And the answer is simple. It is because players had been douching and using the douche to destroy the Wonder in the Dark Age. So to prevent that, this is some anti-douche rock terrain. Doesn't look all that pretty. Maybe we should do some terrain masking to make it look prettier. so it is... that is why this part of the map looks so pretty, but then there's this rock out here. It is anti-douche rock to protect the Wonder. They ruined your great douche strategy, yes. Masters of HyperRandom already going on. Now you have to trush into douche. So we did see in one of the show matches a nice Khmer Ballista Elephant push to get through the edge and then go for the Wonder. You can also see TC, or not TC, what is it? I've lost my mind. Ram pushes to try to get through the walls to go for the Wonder. You can see forward castle drops to shoot down the wall, maybe petard the Wonder. I'm sure there are lots of different strategies you can go for, and DauT is going for let's be aggressive and go for a forward archery range. Okay, so maybe he just wants archers, try to control the area in front of the Wonder. Matze are already there, adding in lots and lots of palisades. DauT didn't delete anything, so he's not going to take the deer by the Wonder. Yes, it is a nice trade-off that you can delete the walls to take the deer. Yeah, TC out here wouldn't be in range. Out here, no. But it's still the fact that if you build the TC between this, like between here and the Wonder, just having the TC in that location means that this player cannot send vills to then defend the Wonder or do anything to stop you from building a second TC once the walls go down. Like, if you have to douche out here to shoot down the wall and then go in, the player can still react. And the rock is to remove the positioning where you'd have the TC in the middle. Oh, Salted Pepper staying up late to watch DauT. That's what we all did. All our lives. Stay up and play Clock Tower. Oh my gosh, I need to play Clock Tower again. I haven't played that in a long time, you guys. You always play at like 8 p.m. and that's my bedtime. So DauT going for the tower rush. Trying to break in, Matze will fast castle on the outside scout fight. See if DauT gets an archer out there to help his scout. He will. Scouts are somewhat equal now. DauT will win that. Matze on 1 HP has to run away. We'll just lose the scout. He does have a sneak gold mine over to the side, and he is up to the castle age, so he will be castle first. But he will have to deal with having lost the gate. Now he needs to make sure he's walled on the inside so the tower rush doesn't continue through. He needs an extra tile of wall there. And there he goes with the house. He needs to build this house and get more HP on it. Only one Vil out here with all those archers. No fletching on the archers, but that Vil has a tall task in front of himself. That house will go down right away. And Matze is struggling now against this Trush as DauT comes in with the archers. He's up to the castle age, and he has to hope to have a plan with these forward Vils. And, I mean, his plan could legit be double workshop rams. And I don't think DauT could stop that. Right now, DauT, because he invested into archers, so he doesn't have a melee unit. The problem with double workshop rams is the fact he doesn't have wood. What are these Vils gonna do? He's gonna collect the wood. He's gonna collect the wood. So, does Matze need villagers at this point? No. No, he doesn't. He needs rams. He can't do a castle and petards. I think double workshop rammer is his only option at this point. Fighting Matze for a Vil fight. No, he can't resist. Oh, look at that DauT even with the scout back here. Matze is going to try to run the Vils. Hope that DauT doesn't notice him. There he goes. So no Vils in the T's. He's still queuing Vils. Is that a waste? Maybe it is. So will DauT notice these Vils? There's the workshop. How many rams does it take? I think you do 4 rams and then you go for it. And then you just put all your Vils in the rams. So Matze right now, he has 24 Vils, 19 of whom are over here. Oh, he's a scorpion? What's a scorpion gonna do for you, Matze? You gotta destroy a wonder, go for rams. This player is too used to the scorpions these days. Okay, there's the double workshop. I guess his thought is maybe if the archers come over, he's gonna die, so he needs scorpions to make sure that doesn't happen. Delete the scorp to delete trees. Oh my gosh, would that be a thing? Oh, imagine that, like you get one scorpion bolt and you delete it and it cuts your way in. Like you shoot at a deer and delete the scorpion. I guess that was a bug in the past. There's one ram. So double workshop, can he get, he needs a bit more gold. So DauT over here, oh, DauT winning that scout fight is huge for him. He sees that Matze's out here. And he sees the gold. Oh, that is awful. If he scouts this, and he will. Okay, so DauT sees the double workshop, and now Matze just has to go. Now he has to go. And he needs to send Vils. Oh, Matze, kill the scout, kill the scout. He reacted a bit too late there. Okay, so he has another scorpion. Okay, the scorpions here will be important. Scorpions will be important. Scorpion and ram. And now more scorpions. I guess you only need 2 rams if you can keep them alive. I think he probably needs Vils in the rams, though. Going without Vils in the rams is scaring me. So DauT trying to do a market. And not the least of which, because you want the Vils to Vil fight. He's another scorpion. Oh, that a 1 HP scout. 2 HP scout gonna kill a scorpion. Matze, okay, keeps the scorpion alive, needs to repair. Archer's coming over to the gold. Scorpion, we'll see the archers. And this is where I think you need the Vils, because then you can Vil fight. Does DauT know? Does DauT know you have to keep the Wonder alive? Does DauT know about this? He's going double stable now, so double stable scouts. He's staying feudal. I think he does know. I think he does. I think he's aware. Okay, I think we're at the point, more scorpions. Are we at the point where Matze, he doesn't have any gold left? So he can't make any more siege. I think he just needs to send all the Vils. I think he needs to send all the Vils and go for this push. I guess he could use the market and sell and get more siege, more scorpions. All right, he's almost through. DauT's gonna have to go with it. I think the Vils need to be here to fight. There he goes, but I think he's maybe a bit late. He's got the right idea though. YOLO everything. YOLO everything. Is he gonna have the timing though? Will DauT have the scouts out in time? Will he have the scouts there? Oh, the scorpion's a mistake. Oh, the scorpions are going down. There's more scorpions from the rear, but he needs to keep the rams alive. Wait, you know what villagers have? Attack bonuses against buildings. Can Matze win this with scorpions and Vils? Wait, what if I was wrong about the rams the entire time? What if Matze just needed scorpions and he just Vil fights the walls? No, don't go back, Matze. You can't go back. You gotta just go for it. Attack the wall with the Vils, then attack the Wonder with the Vils. Maybe that could work. Is this his entire economy? This is 14 of his 18 villagers. He deleted the workshop because the ram needs the path. He has one ram, and that is his hope. One ram. Great plan executed poorly. I mean, to be fair, the fact that DauT scouted that saved him, and then let him go double stable scouts. Double stable scout is the answer, and DauT had time for it. If Matze had won that scout fight earlier and DauT didn't have that scout remaining, then the plan works much better. There's a GG from Matze, and DauT takes it 3-1. So good plan, but didn't work out. I liked it though. I liked seeing some creativity. All right, so we're gonna get straight in then to JorDan versus Lighty. Rapture says, I swear I checked 15 times. Oh, also, thanks DE moment. If Alien's here, you can submit a bug report about this for me. Right, I'm gonna show you. So this end of game screen, right? There are two buttons I can click, return to map or leave map. The problem is I can interact with the stuff behind it now. I don't know when this started, but like all these Vils and stuff, I can click them behind the screen. You see that? Like the HP bars appear when I click the Vils. Or like this. And it makes it so much harder to click this button because when I click the button, like I think I click the farm somehow. Yeah, that's a thing that's been happening. And it's I need to like go to the game and leave the game from it, like from the game itself. So yeah. There's a bug report for you. I swear that didn't used to happen, so it must be new. So anyway, we're gonna get right into JorDan versus Lighty. Do we know what game this is? This might be game 1. Okay, game 1, JorDan Lighty. Let me just update my title. So JorDan versus Lighty, and I'll update the scoreboard when we're done. Let me just update my YouTube title too. So GG's. That wonder is really pretty. I agree with you. Stream settings, date. Versus Lighty. And we'll get caught up to live time here. So thank you all for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying. And we'll have our next set here, again, starting on Treasure Beach. I'll grab the drafts and everything, get the out-of-game overlay set up between the games. We'll have Lighty up to the Feudal Age. He will be the Red Malians. JorDan will be the Blue Catans. The blue, ooh, my gosh. Picking the Catans is your very first civ? The Men-at-Arms from Lighty, he was like, oh, is JorDan over here? No, he's not. Now, we talked about DauT's knowledge of the maps. What do we think JorDan's knowledge of the maps is? You know, JorDan always likes his spreadsheets. Then again, don't know how. He signed up really early. Maybe he is prepared. How does my CA have music? So my capture H has music because in AoE2 DE, I turn the sound off, but I leave the music on, and then I uncheck the checkbox for like mute with focus lost. So that's actually AoE2 DE playing the music in the background, and I'm just capturing the music. Yeah. So this is Lighty. He is getting quick-walled by JorDan. He went for some Malian men-at-arms. But he'll be trapped in this Khitan cage with a couple of houses. And an archer coming over to deal with the men-at-arms. That men-at-arms rush, at least he captured the other collection of hunt. Does JorDan know about the hunt? I don't know. Lighty does. He is hunting those boars. He is taking... Oh, look at this! Oh, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Should we classify it as cav infantry instead of just infantry? Maybe. I don't know what's the classification. Infantry? They should be classified as a Gebetto Civ. So I like this. We talked about how in the other games, how the deer run away from the hunt, so they get this weird pathing trying to run to the opposite side of the wall. Lighty deleted one tile of fence, then repalisaded it, and that way all the hunt is trapped in with the vills and it doesn't run to the outside. Oh, Lighty came prepared. Lighty came prepared. I like this. I like this. I love seeing players who are prepared. Yeah, that's a nice... Yeah, they have 1 HP, so he just deleted the 1 HP fence, got in, and rewalled, and this isn't to protect him. JorDan can just huff and puff and blow these fences down if he comes over. This is just to trap the hunt so it doesn't run away. Oh, yeah, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. If that were a galley and had range, JorDan could mess him up by shooting the fence, and then all the hunt would run out. This is amazing. Is that not common sense? I mean, now that you see it, it's obvious, but yeah, you need the stroke of genius to see the obvious thing, to be the first one to see it. So, Castle Age on the way for Lighty. He did dock and do a few fish traps over here. Now, you are safe on... Are you safe? Does the bridge serve as a wall? I don't think so. You could wall and be safe there. You could, of course, just wall that. So you could have safe fish here, if you wanted. You could wall around more. The walls provide a false sense of security, because the bridges do let your opponents into your base. The sea towers don't protect you all that much. Yeah, usually, I had seen players just shift-clicking and deleting everything. Also, you can steal your opponent's fences if you want. Yeah, so far people have been deleting everything. JorDan going to attack everything, because why not? What type of line of sight do you get from the fence? Fairly decent. I guess this actually is worth it if you didn't capture it yourself, to make sure your opponent doesn't have the line of sight. They will, of course, see if you come to take the fence, because they'll see it in the fog. If you come to take the hunt, because they'll see it in the fog of war. But at least they won't actively have vision there if you like send a vill to dock or do a mining camp. So double range, triple range, we'll have some Malian crossbows, and could potentially see Farimba camels against the Khitans. What do Khitans have? How are their camels? They have heavy camels with extra attack from their... I guess the extra attack just evens out to Blast Furnace in the long run. So camels, no extra bonus. They don't train faster for them. Yeah, so Farimba camels for the Malians should actually be really good. Late game, maybe just the Audao could be a problem for them. Did Matze do the lumber camp thing? What lumber camp thing are you asking about, Ollie? In the previous set. Oh, JorDan, what is this? JorDan with some outposts. Speaking of scouting the area by the fences, Lighty at least will be aware of that stable. And he'll if he's paying attention, he'll know something's up over there. And JorDan will TC his boars. Okay, I haven't seen someone do that yet, but nice flat area you can TC. He deleted the fences, and that means Lighty will not scout the TC. He won't know that JorDan... He'll see him taking the hunt if he pays attention to the fog of war and sees the corpses. And the Vill's auto-task to the wood, of course. Just needs a couple more Vills to hunt the boar properly. So rocket cart here for JorDan will be maybe awkward to push because there will be the hill here for Lighty, where Lighty can put his mangonels atop the hill. He has a farming TC. That's a hunt into farm TC. Imagine auto-tasking onto the boars. Well, he could have shift queued them. But he's not paying attention. He's paying attention to his push. Even JorDan can't micro everywhere at once. Okay, Lighty, that Vil has no chance of winning with the Step Lancer there. And Steppies here have the opportunity to run on top of the hill. And we did see eventually, Lighty shift deleted everything. And maybe he wants to delete the Palisade at some point to micro his Mangonel better. Always awkward because it kind of also makes it easier to micro against the Steppy. JorDan not paying attention at just the wrong moment. Takes a Mangonel shot to his rocket cart. Lighty getting, that's why he wasn't paying attention. At the same time, Lighty was raiding with the crossbows. So great timing from Lighty to ungarrison the Mangonel at the same time he's going for a crossbow raid. And JorDan taking some damage here. JorDan taking some damage. He is losing Vils in the back. That Vil walking out the gate. Oh, walking to her death. Now she'll go down. Lighty takes a Vil lead now. Doing ballistics. Ooh, if only he had ballistics earlier. But he has it now. Malians, of course, get good timing for their ballistics because their universities work faster. And now he can sit here in the back of the base with the crossbows and disrupt wood lines. So another TC from Lighty. He is outside of his house walls, so those Vils are going to path a long distance around. There's the hole by that gold. He's sending 15 Vils for the TC, one of whom will fight the crocodile. And maybe some more have to fight another crocodile. And ooh, just as he goes for the TC, the Steppies came over. I was afraid the Steppies might even one-shot the TC foundation there. Okay. 15 Vils will not be enough to get the TC up. Oh, JorDan gets there at just the right time. Oh, the long path the Vils took will backfire. They'll need to wall themselves in. This is going to be a massacre. 3 Steppies. And that's a lot of dead Vils. Well, there goes the Vil advantage from the crossbow raid. Maybe another crossbow raid over here, though. They ran into a TC. Everyone raiding and losing everything. Enough hunt under the TC. JorDan can just sit under the TC for a while. Doesn't have to react to that. TC here going up. A few crossbows over to defend. Those Steppies did a lot of damage. Is it possible to script an area where hunt constantly responds to serve as an area that players would fight over? I'm gonna say maybe. If you do something really hacky with changing dead unit IDs, you'd somehow have to have a unit that then spawns multiple other units, which maybe it's possible with some weird annex system, and then like dead units that like spawn into other units. I'm gonna say maybe. Maybe. As early these maps are amazing, the clown's really cooked with these maps. I'm going to say if you do something really hacky, it might be possible. You can definitely do it with triggers in the scenario editor. That's easy. If you want to do it directly in a map script, you're going to have to do something really hacky with RMS effects. You might be able to do it with a data mod, and then also just have a map correspond to the data mod. I'm gonna say it is possible, but you have to choose what type of restraints you have, or what type of constraints you have for what systems you're using when modding. Yeah, you can make a hunt dead unit be a corpse that has decay, right? Yeah, you definitely have like an infinitely respawning hunt, right? You can have, like, you can do stuff with, say, like a gold mine, that when it runs out of gold, you set the dead unit to be another gold mine and a gold spawns on top of it. So you can't have like infinitely respawning resources. But doing it with hunt and having hunt behave like hunt can be problematic. Because if you want your hunt all to be in one location, you wouldn't want, like, to push a deer across the map, and then you have, like, infinite deer under your TC. Although maybe that itself could be fun. Are we adding a cannibal civ tech? There is a cannibal map. Someone made that. Like, you kill a vill and it drops a dead unit that's a cow and you can gather from it. So JorDan going for a quick wall. That's one of the old T90 community games. Quick walling with a dock. Why did he not just do a palisade? I don't know, but the crossbows will be trapped against the skirms, against the best unit in the game, and Lighty will lose his army. At the same time, JorDan's forward is being cleaned up. Lighty did a ram and will ram down that workshop, go for the stable next. He is doing forging himself and does have a score lead for the moment. He is having a couple of crossbows in the back, and he will die to skirms though, and JorDan will get a TC up on the gold. So JorDan up by 5 vills, 69 to 64. Is a sub of the skirm theory? Everyone is. Skirm theory OP. Let me tab over, change one thing on my YouTube settings. Oh, there you go. 67 vills on YouTube. Nice. Cannibal Civ talk reminded me of a proposed Meso Civ that had barracks and range smashed into a single building. That's like if you ever play Age of Mythology. Instead of having the 3 different buildings, like the Greeks have the academy, which is your barracks, then the range and the stable. The Egyptians do all of that in one building. They have one barracks, and they train 3 unit lines from one barracks. Age of Mythology has some different stuff going on. Everything eventually dies to skirms. Maybe a Shravamshrider doesn't. Does a Shravamshrider have enough magic shield that one skirmisher wouldn't kill it fast enough? Maybe an elite Shravamshrider? With a fast enough regen rate? I mean, maybe there are things that in some situations wouldn't die to skirms. With the Shravamshrider magic, we could design something like that. Unique unit costing stone, that could be interesting. Has enough regen? Yeah. There is the weird thing with Shravamshriders, and maybe this is less bad now that when you attack ground, the secondary projectiles still do damage. But when you attack grounded them, like, you would do, like, no damage to them because it would be absorbed. Actually, one siege onager. There was the weird quirk before the secondary projectile change that one siege onager would not kill a Shravamshrider if you attack grounded, but would if you right-clicked it, because it wouldn't heal fast enough, and the secondary projectiles didn't take out the shield. And now you need the secondary projectiles to take out the shields. And I think the secondary projectiles now, they count and take the shield every time, even with an attack round. There's some weird stuff going on. Anyway, Lighty's here with Knights. JorDan's trying to go skirms, and he's trying to make a swap into Cav Archers. So Catan Cav Archers, he can go heavy Cav Archer in the Castle Age. Let's see if he wants to go for that line. Now were he just to go into Step Lancers, as the Catans are so good at with their extra attack, that could open up the play for Molly and Camels. And Crossbow Camel probably should be good against Step Lancers. And honestly, could even be a composition against the Cav Archers, but the Knights are a bit tankier against them. Knight versus Camel versus Cav Archer is always kind of an interesting situation. So JorDan's still with the Vill lead, but is this going to be a DauT TC? We just cast the DauT, but here JorDan doing his best DauT impression, 99%. Okay, that just goes up. That just goes up. But the Ram's still there. Will the Ram go down to the Knights in time? Probably will. A couple of Vills in the TC. JorDan's still... Okay, I was going to say he had a Vill lead, but the Vills have just evened up. Lighty applying a lot of pressure on the front and taking a good score lead. That was a brave TC indeed. JorDan with the TC in the back. And JorDan now with his farm TC. Oh, it's not a farm TC, it's a pasture TC. Oh, he's got a DauT mining camp on the gold. Adjacent to it. That'll be hard to saturate with Vills. So Thumb Ring on the way for JorDan. We'll get that for the Cav Archers. Can he get enough Cav Archers? We saw this in the games yesterday. Making the Cav Archer transition can slow you down, because it's going to be a good while. Lighty's using the market like a madman. Is he trying to go up? Is he just using the market to use it? He's just taking a trip to the grocery store right there. Hasn't really saturated his gold too much. We did see games you could put 50 vils on gold, and we will have a tower or castle right in the middle. That is a castle drop from Lighty. I would say it could be more forward, but he also wants to claim the hill. And that's about as forward as he could build it on the hill. Still wants to have that hill bonus for potential Treb Wars. You could call Catan's a castle age civ. So Cav Archer's going down. Quick wall from JorDan trying to trap the Knights. They can still get out around the left. No, they can't. Okay, quick wall from JorDan to trap the Cav Archers. Nice speed from him. And the castle will go up. The castle will be on a hill here, yes. Remember, it doesn't really matter for the arrow fire. Only the primary projectile gets the hill bonus. But it will matter for the Treb Wars. And it will matter if, like, a ram push comes in. It means the rams do have to try to go around the back instead of attacking from the front where they would have the hill penalty. So both players up to Imp. JorDan not too far behind. Res collected slightly ahead for JorDan still. Those Catan pastures really do pay off. Ram will go for the TC, and this ambitious TC for JorDan has proved to be a weak spot for him. Although maybe it did buy himself some time to be able to mine his gold in his base, as otherwise Lighty would have been able to pressure here directly, as he's doing maybe with the Knights right now. Knights won't get too much accomplished though because of the Cav Archers right there. Time for Tigui? Time for Tigui, indeed. And that is the unique tech that makes the town sentries shoot arrows even when they're not garrisoned. And honestly, that would be a nice tech at this point against the heavy Cav Archer raids. So heavy Cav Archer, that should be able to fight crossbows. Oh, and there he is. He's actually doing Tigui. He's listening to chat, doing it. And Lighty up to Imp. Heavy Cav Archer raids coming in from JorDan. And Lighty was ahead of chat. Chat stream cheating from Lighty. And plate barding armor on the way for Lighty. And we'll have Parthian Tactics Bracer on the way for JorDan. And it looks like Lighty had a TC denied from these. So many raids everywhere. A big blob of blue over here from the pastures. Up here, Cav Archer's idling a ton of Lighty's eco now, as JorDan is taking a pretty good Vil lead. Lighty will need to push out. Remember, Malians do not have Bracer, so now that he's an imp, he can do Arbalest, but won't have the extra range. And this is now awkward for the Malians to play, because I think they do really want to go for a Farimba Camel swap. But even then, the Cav Archers do a good job of killing camels. What is it that the Catans lack on their heavy Cav Archer? Did they lack something? I could have sworn they lacked something. Is it the armor at the blacksmith? No, they have that. Oh, bloodlines. Bloodlines they lack. They don't have bloodlines. I was looking at the Cav Archer text and forgot the simple lack of bloodlines. Farimba 1, I don't think Lighty has the eco for Farimba. He's going down in Vils. The Cav Archer raids are effective for JorDan. Still, he can't get that TC as JorDan retakes the score lead. And we're seeing now the benefits of the Cav Archer, how strong a unit it is once you do make that transition. Champ Scarl plus Skirms. Bloodless a JorDan fan. Skirms, no armor. Oh, also no armor for the Skirms. So Cav Archers, especially when chemistry come in, they can just straight up take fights against skirms. You check the skirms, you see they don't even have their feudal age armor, and Cav Archers will massacre them. And JorDan thinking he could run through there, but is trapped. Nice house there. 21 HP though, the Cav Archers could get right through that. But that will at least force JorDan to turn around. Doesn't want to sit under that Tigui TC. Was a Champ Scarl, Malians have extra Pierce Armor, so the champion line has +3 Pierce Armor. And they're called Champ Scarls because they have all that armor as their champions. So it's what? You get your blacksmith upgrades, or the champion itself has 1 Pierce Armor. They lack Gambesons because of the bonus, but then their armors give them 1, 2, 4, so that's 5 total Pierce Armor, and then +3 gives them up to 8. So 8 Pierce Armor for their champions. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I think it's 8. We haven't been on point with our math skills so far today. Mommy Champion and Daddy Huskar love each other very much. And there's a GG from Lighty. And I gotta say, Lighty had a lot of good plays that game. But sometimes it takes more than a lot of good plays to beat a player of JorDan's caliber. And the Katana economy with the pastures, I think, did a lot to help JorDan out there. So we'll have a military of 191 to 143 KD. And you can kind of see, I think it was around here, JorDan trying to go for the Cav Archer switch and getting punished for it early on, but pulling ahead in numbers eventually, and that eventually was well timed for him because it was just as Imp came in. And as that Imp was coming in and that transition was happening, the pastures were really kicking in. And similar Imp timings, around 30 or so seconds different there. Similar castle timings too. And a 30-second difference to every age. And look at that, JorDan, 99% map exploration. Seeing everything. And more vills by the end. Alright, GG. Let me alt-tab the overlay. We'll see DauT Matze. I need to update it for JorDan Lighty. And let me just get an ad out of the way too. And they're in the lobby for the next game. So let me do some tabbing and organization on my end. Let's see here. First, I will need their draft. Where is JorDan Lighty? Here we are. Hello, Captain's Mode website. Are you loading the draft or not? Internet didn't die, did it? Oh, there we are. JorDan to the left. JorDan Lighty. And the maps will have been game 1 for JorDan on Treasure Beach. Give them Gambesons. Give them even more Pierce Armor. And just in time for the next game. So the map will be Narak. This is Regicide, and you have a fortified tower. And this is the Huns Civ. So they have that same architecture. Oh, let me wait for the ad. I got 3 seconds left on the ad. Alright, so welcome to game number 2. The map will be Narak. It is Regicide. Instead of a castle, you start with a fortified tower. Maybe a bit out of place for the Huns. I don't know. I feel like this architecture set, right? This was I guess the Central European architecture. The Teutons, the Goths had it in AOK. The Huns have it in AOC. The Vikings have it. I absolutely love the Teuton Guard Tower. I think it is my favorite building in the game. And as much as the fortified tower looks like it, I don't know. I'm maybe not the biggest fan of it. fortified towers in general, I feel like they're so fancy, but I've never really liked their graphics. This one here, like the staircase winding around it. I don't know, maybe I'm just afraid of them in campaigns where they had extra attack and they massacred me. I don't know about those graphics. Like, they're beautiful, but just it doesn't work for me for some reason. Still other people's towers. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm talking about the towers because you have one instead of a castle on this map. It's regicide, but not with the castle and the barracks like you'd have on Fortress. Just a map where you have the tower. And kings will be scouting. Scouts will be scouting too. And hello, JorDan. Don't leave your king isolated. Campaign PTSD from a young age. Well, these towers weren't even in the campaigns when I was a child playing the campaigns. This is campaign PTSD from an old age when I played the expansion campaigns. Hello, Lily. How you doing? And hello, Drillman on YouTube. Hello, hello. So thank you all for watching. Nice to have around 300 or so viewers between Twitch and YouTube. Welcome all. And eventually you'll put your king in the fortified tower. But since the tower is forward, it can make it a bit risky to keep the king inside of it. Because if you're ram pushed or pushed early on, your king can be exposed. Have to remember that the map is regicide. You can't forget about that after a while. Oh, and as if one tower isn't enough, we also will have a donjon from JorDan. Is this the Mediterranean one? Yeah, I guess this is the Mediterranean tower. You can see the Italian shields there. Genoese crossbowman shields. On the Sicilian building. And then you can see the Sicilian. Is that a Sicilian shield? I guess not. Does not match that icon. The Tower of Flies. Yes, that is the best tower. The Tower of Flies. The Tower of Flies and the Accursed Tower from the Lion and the Demon. Is it Teuton shield? Is it? That would make no sense because Teutons don't have this architecture set. Over here. Is this a Teuton shield? I don't know. I cannot remember. Nothing better than outranging enemy trebs with the tower. Now that is a scary campaign thing. This tower at least has the same range as bombard cannons, other than artillery ones from Turks, but I guess fletching would change that. So yeah, this tower, you go fletching, bodkin, and embracer, and I think it benefits from them for 16 range, which is the same as a treb. The trebs would need siege engineers, which the Sicilians do have to outrange that, but the Huns do not have? So it's not like a tower is going to destroy trebs. Trebs have lots of pierce armor. They'll take 1 damage from the arrows. But the same range as the treb, that can be scary. It's a Franconian rake. You'll have to explain what that is. That's a Maltese cross, isn't it? Malta is close to Sicily, so Maltese cross would make sense. You mean this one? That, now that you say that, it does maybe make sense. Yes, I think. Yeah, bombard cannons don't really work on the fortified tower, though. That's true. That is very true. Even those Turk ones with artillery, once you get the range upgrades. So we'll have an archery range forward next to the donjon for JorDan. He's got some type of Sicilians planned then. I don't know what archers are going to do with the fortified tower defending, though. If you're going to trust, you have to be over here and maybe miss the timing window already. Castle Age right away for Lighty. JorDan staying feudal a bit longer? Well, he's doing a sergeant. Making a sergeant will slow down his Castle Age time. That does cut into your FC resources. And it's definitely the Cross of St. John. I don't know all these symbols. Yeah, Admiral JorDan. Yee from his Hidden Cup days, yes. Rake would be the meaning for the red, white with the up and down spikes. Okay. Also like this thing. Oh, are these clocks? Oh, this has a clock on it. It's a clock tower. Maybe this is just telling me I need to go play Blood on the Clock Tower again. So Archer killed by a couple of Cav Archers as the scout keeps running around. What's Blood on the Clock Tower? It's like Mafia or a Secret Hitler, or I guess kind of like somewhat like Among Us, one of those like social deduction games. You have some like townspeople and evil people, and you have to vote out the evil people before all the townspeople die. So social seduction. I hope I said deduction, but I've been misspeaking a lot. That's what happens when you cast for hours on end. You misspeak. So a couple of Cav Archers, not surprising to see them from the Huns. We'll have Loom now from JorDan. The middle of the map has a lot of resource in it, and even some shorefish that can kickstart your economy if you want a lot of food. But the defensive donjon will have to defend the villas from the Cav Archer raids. Cav Archers will go for the Sergeant. And Loom. Oh, that poor Sergeant will be Cav Archered down eventually. No ballistics, but they'll get him eventually. So King in the tower for both players. JorDan has to be careful, he's about to overchop. Oh my gosh, imagine he overchops, and then Lighty rushes in with Cav Archers to sit at the base of the tower, and then can ram push and kill the King. So Cav Archers against Feudal Skirms. This is decision time for Lighty. Does he try to jump the Skirms? And he's going to say, yes, I'll fight. But he's fighting awkwardly between a fortified tower and a donjon. There isn't a great spot for him to take the fight. And then TC going up. Sicilians will build that TC rather quickly, as we all know. And Cav Archer is not going to have much of a chance to kill too many vills. The Cav Archers will go down. Let's see, he'll go for the raid. He only gets one vill and loses all the Cav Archers. Yeah, that was Lighty being too greedy. Even against Feudal Skirms, I know it's tempting. You sit in the minimum range, you push the Skirms back, but the range on that tower, along with the donjon nearby with good range on it too. That's now 15 range, 10 range. What do the range circles look like? Yeah. There's not a spot for the Cav Archers to camp and take a fight there. Between everything here. So we'll have a monk and a few vills coming forward. And scale barding armor on the way for Lighty. Yep, exactly, if the tower gets bracer. Again, the Trebs have such good pierce armor that doesn't really matter. But it does matter a lot against potential cannons, which of course the Huns don't get, and Sicilians don't get cannons yet. Neither of these civs get cannons. So it would just be Trebs anyway. Wheelbarrow on the way for Lighty. Oh my gosh, imagine this. JorDan over chops, and then Tarkins go for a king snipe. That would be perfect. Like the funky maps? I do too. Monk's starting to pick up relics for JorDan. So three relics already for Lighty, but he has been on only 1 TC because he's been fighting for relics a bit and going for the cav archers. So he has not been committing to the boom like JorDan has, and JorDan will find himself with a 25 vil lead. Elite skirm now. I mean, he's even delayed elite skirm going for the boom. And Lighty's aware JorDan's been booming because he saw that TC early on. And JorDan just gonna keep booming with a 4th TC. 4th TC in the back. Yeah, we will have King of the Desert coming up soon. And then here's a castle. Archers pick the monk. Nice to go for the skirms. And the donjon will collapse. And there you go, Ram going for the range. Knights and Cav Archers still running around. 5 TC gaming? He could 5 TC First Crusade. But we do have a 4 castle from Lighty. And the Ram push coming in. Now remember, this is Regicide. So JorDan out 92 Vils could face the possibility, as I said, overchop into a Tarkin raid. We do have bloodlines, and Tarkins are on the way. I'm actually worried for JorDan here. I'm worried. What does it take? Like 10 Tarkins when double castle production will get him there really quickly? Just do your +2 armor and then go for the tower? JorDan needs to remember that this is Regicide. He doesn't have a castle for First Crusade. And the Tarkins are attacking. JorDan is up by 50 villagers. He is double the count of Lighty's villas, 48 to 100. But can he hold this push? Will Lighty remember that it's Regicide? He can see the tower there. That tower, because of the range and constant attacking, will give Lighty perfect line of sight of the tower. Lighty, he's being tempted by the vills from JorDan over here. Cav Archers, where? Oh, okay, don't overchase. You gotta deny the TC. Oh, Sicilians though, Sicilians TC. Yeah, the Cav Archers chased a bit too far there. JorDan just wants more TCs. Lighty needs more Tarkins. He needs armor. How many? He's up to 4 Tarkins. Has more on the way. JorDan flew too close to the sun with the boom. I think he did too. Lighty. The tower's right there. There are so many holes in this wall where Tarkins can go in. What does he do? Destroy this TC? Does he have husbandry? He needs maybe husbandry for the Tarkins so they're faster. Lighty needs to remember to play the objective. JorDan still has a score lead somehow. Still has a huge villager lead. He's up by 5k resources collected. He has no military at all. He is booming away with that for. If JorDan were running his king into the back TC, I'd be like, okay, things are fine for JorDan. But the fact that this king is here and exposed, and both these players have forgotten about it. Okay, okay, go. Yes, dive the tower. Don't raid the gold, dive the tower. Okay, castle going up. Cav archers might go down to the knights, though. Lighty. Okay, the king is running. JorDan remembers. JorDan finally remembers. And he will run off to the side. If Lighty were here and scouting, the king could die. JorDan taking a huge risk running that king across an open plain and leaving him there. Oh my gosh, if Lighty comes over here, if those cav archers come to there, JorDan is dead. This is why outposts are important. A husbandry on the way. The cav archers are running towards the king. Oh, Lighty, go. You're almost there, Lighty. You're almost there. Oh, JorDan is over on the side. He has escaped. The cav archers were not there in time. JorDan has escaped. Lighty just needs to find the king. Okay, JorDan's going to stonewall his king into the corner of the map, it seems. Maybe the safest thing he can do. There, the Lighty definitely should have been able to pull off a king snipe there. JorDan did not run the king early enough. Oh man, if Lighty had outposts, if he had units there, anything. Oh, that was close. But JorDan now, he's gonna stonewall. And he'll keep the king as safe as he possibly can. But, there is a hole. There is a hole in this acacia forest that JorDan did not wall. You can research treason, yes. There is always a hole. JorDan. I don't know if Lighty will see that. This is always, if Lighty scouts properly, he wins the game. That is a big if, but one that means he wins the game if he gets 3 or 4 cav archers that run through that hole. Will JorDan notice the hole? Will JorDan have the foresight to right-click the Vil on the opposite side of the wall and check for a hole? Because there is a hole there. I know we need a well-trained community gamer here. This is if JorDan plays in more T90 community games, or if Lighty does, then we have a different game on our hands. So 140 Vils to 67. JorDan's still booming away, trying to add military now. The KDs somehow are even. And JorDan, that Vil standing there, still has not noticed the hole. Yeah, pro players are so much more risky with their kings than low elo legends. Light cav going down. Light cav needs to dance a bit. Imperial Age on the way for JorDan, so the last rays of light might be setting on the hopes of Lighty for winning the game. And he still has the chance of a king snipe. JorDan has not realized the hole. JorDan has not realized the hole. And in the middle of the map, this is still a fight. Is Lighty gonna win this fight? Under the donjon. JorDan's army is not all together at the same time. By the time the light cav arrive, the knights have died. And the Tarkans can help destroy the donjon. Some cav archer micro from Lighty, who still has a good KD. More donjons from JorDan. The cav archer is being picked off, though. Things are starting to look dark for Lighty. And we'll have leather archer armor on the way for Lighty. And he's going to call the GG. And JorDan goes up 2-0. And in a game that JorDan boomed like crazy and left his king exposed and still had a hole at the end. And so many opportunities for Lighty to pull off a king snipe. It just didn't come to fruition for him. A slight overboom, ever so slight. JorDan will come out on top. Lighty with the KD lead for a long time. I mean, you look at this military count, and that is king snipe territory with a military count like that. Eco pulled ahead for JorDan. And Lighty not quite able to find the timing or opportunity he needed. Would have been so hyped to see a king snipe. So yeah, so close but so far. A 2-0 for JorDan. I hope he's looking at. I hope they saw the hole as they're looking at that. Lighty had his chance after the first castle drop. He kept army in the front doing nothing. Yeah, he kept his army like in the front going for the TCs. Really needed to be sniping the king. Anyway, hope you all are enjoying the tournament. This has been a crazy set of maps. I like when we have map pools that are not just fire galleys and small ponds, and we have a bit more creativity. And the clowns have certainly provided that for us. So I appreciate all the people who've been following the stream recently, and everyone who's been subbing. It does help support everything, and it does mean we can run fewer ads if we have enough subs supporting the channel. You must seize the hump. You must seize the chat filter, as DE calls it. We had a lot of good games 4v4 seize the hump in the Aussie tournament. I think there's another Oz draft going on. I'll have to try to cast that if I can wake up in the morning. Into this today at random. Here, I remember the Haboob map on DE. Is that what you mean? I remember Golden Stream. Alright, so here we are, game number 3. We will have Zimbabwe. It will be Lighty as the Red Spanish and JorDan as the Blue Tatars. So JorDan may be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel as he's up 2-0 and looking to close out the series here. I think JorDan doesn't have much time to play. He needs to leave in about 35 minutes, so he's going to hope to win this match and not have the series drag out. We will have some elephants down here, lots of hunch to the southwest, lots of golden stone in the hills to the northeast, also have some boulders back here, and then wood on either side to the northwest and southeast of the map. And then 4 relics total on the map, 1 in each quarter among the Bobab trees. Spanish so obvious, what will he go for? Probably for conquistadors, in which case JorDan might go for some cav archers as the Tatars, where we then probably see a Mangonel follow up, Mangonel Scorpion from Lighty to fight the cav archers, and some type of siege conk against cav archer combo. I think that's probably a good unit composition against the Tatars. Always depends on eco and timing and everything, but whereas cav archers can be one of the few units that fight conquistadors effectively, it is just one unit of a composition, and it's the ability to compose with the conquistadors that really makes them extra deadly in these situations. Let me just double check what the schedule is for today and see if we have any HyperRandom coming up. I think we should at some point. It'll be, yeah, Lewis versus Vivi at 15 GMT. So we might cast that too. And HyperRandom. Also go conks and donks. That's the important part, the donkeys. The missionaries. The missionaries have been buffed. They have been buffed a lot. Because what happens to missionaries now compared to AOC? 1, they have Inquisition, where they convert faster and +1 range. So the disadvantage to monks was they had 7 range instead of 9. Now they can get up to 8. +1 range only for missionaries, not for monks, for missionaries. So that gives them 8 range. And then they also benefit now from husbandry and bloodlines, so they can get an extra 20 HP and they'll move faster. And that also, they still get fervor and sanctity, so they have like 2 speed upgrades and 2 HP upgrades. And then they also benefit, I forget if it's the cav archer or the cav armor or the cav archer armor. One of those 2 lines, they benefit from those too. So they can also get more armor. So missionaries have been buffed. They have been buffed a lot. I forget which of those 2 lines, maybe chat, maybe you know which affects them now, but one of those armor lines affects them. Has not, nope, Bloodlines and Husbandry did not affect them in the Conquerors in AOC. And that was changed at one point, that was in the HD edition. The armor, I think, was a more recent change. It's either, I don't know, I mean, they also feel like you can consider them a cav archer. We'll see what we'll click on one if we see one. And ooh, the elephant, you need to open the gate for the elephant. There we go, scout opening the gate. And block the elephant rather than the Vil. Killing the elephant with the TC, I hate that. JorDan trying to quick wall and oh, the diagonal hit of the crocodile JorDan. You'll be losing a villager right there. There we go. Alright, your F's in the chat for JorDan's Vil. He'll have to send another one out. And a bit of a scout fight here. Who will win? JorDan will win. And he will keep the scout alive. And keeping the scout alive is important for these rhino lures since you can block the rhino. Although these days people are so accustomed to using palisades like they do on Black Forest. You don't even really need the scout to lure. And G, that is a character on the keyboard adjacent to F. At least for us Americans. Yeah, JorDan using palisades. No loom on the Vil. So he will use palisade foundations to lure. Get a shot on the rhino. Get a couple shots on the rhino. Bring it through the gate. Gotta get the timing right. Goes Diago's it, pulls it forward. Maybe could have walked slightly forward there. You gotta hope you don't run out of wood while doing this. Yeah, and then of course you can blast it with the TC. No questions asked. Then you can't just shift delete because you free the alligator. You gotta be careful here. Alien is a mod? He is. He's a responsible person. As most people who program in Rust are. G even next to F for you on Dvorak. Use a Dvorak keyboard. Alright. I once met someone who used the Dvorak keyboard. It's pretty fancy, not gonna lie. I do enjoy Rust. Did you know he made a 10-minute video about Rust and played AoE 2 music in the background? I do know that because he sent me the video. Did you know Alien was once making a math video and asked me to guess the topic, and I correctly guessed the topic and freaked him out, and he didn't realize that Discord said, you know how it says what game you're playing? Well, it said he was editing TaylorSeries.py. Yeah, that was exactly his reaction. So Feudal Age on the way for JorDan, Feudal Age or Castle Age on the way for Lighty. So we'll have Castle Age coming in. And Deer being pushed, Zebra being pushed. So faster fast castle from Lighty than for JorDan. Barracks for JorDan, so probably will be, I imagine this is double range cav archers for JorDan versus conquistadors for Lighty. And then the question, yeah, as we see the stone, the question for JorDan then is how do you deal with a siege follow-up to the conquistadors? Yeah, there's the first range, and we'll see if he goes for the second. It's always tricky going for cav archers because you have a lot of competing upgrades where you want the stable for husbandry and bloodlines, but you also want the university for ballistics. And I'm not necessarily sure what the priority is because all three of those upgrades are absolutely crucial. But then you're also competing with a potential third range for the wood you're spending on those buildings and more cav archer numbers. And managing the economy for triple range cav archers, or even just 2-range cav archers, along with your upgrades, while you also want to add TCs and boom, is really complicated, I think. And then you also have to add in the fact that you might need a unit to counter siege. And you could go, I don't know, cav, yeah, there's the second range, from the stable, but conks would pick that off. So you don't have a great way to reach out and stop mangonels. So Ville's here coming forward for Lighty, and there is a castle for Lighty. And Bowsaw on the way. Bowsaw horse collar. And farms will go up around the TC. Our farm is being added in, and we also will have Bodkin Arrow here for JorDan. Some bills heading out to the gold for JorDan, more farms going up around the TC. And one archer for JorDan down here, just checking out what's going on. And here comes the conch. Here's the first conch. And there's the second conch queued. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, triple range cav archers. So JorDan with the stable. As I said, he's prioritizing then bloodlines and husbandry rather than ballistics. So that means he's not going to be able to take a straight up fight for a while. Okay, there's the university. So okay, maybe he will. Maybe he'll have the eco set up to do 3-range cav archeries plus bloodlines and husbandry plus ballistics. But he's not going to add any TCs in that time. He's not going to add any TCs at all. I like the CA for now. Yeah, I like the CA for now. I'd like the CA against Conquistadors at this point if he can get the upgrades added in. Because conquistadors at the same point are going to need the stable for bloodlines and husbandry, but you're not going to have ballistics. It's kind of the trade-off of you're not going to get ballistics, so you will be really inaccurate, but you also don't need to invest into ballistics. Oh, that Vil, no loom. Ooh, no loom on the Vils. That university has to be finished. And JorDan will have to commit cav archers. Maybe? And Vil has to dodge. Ooh, Vil goes down. Tonks could get another Vil. Oh, she's dodging. Dodging back and forth, gets the university. I just realized this university doesn't have a really good statue like some of the other ones do. It just has what I assume is an open book down there. Or maybe that's something else. Just a fun statue. Ooh, some Vils on the woodline going down. JorDan getting raided by the conks. And conks running around. And now JorDan can deal with the conks. He can win a fight here. Cav archers with husbandry, they'll chase them down. And they will take some damage in doing so, but great fight from JorDan. And Lighty, no transition behind this. Oh, look at those dance moves, though. 1 HP, can he get to the castle and heal? Yes, he can. No transition behind this because he went for the second TC rather than a workshop and siege. Ballistics now for JorDan. As ballistics comes in, he'll be able to take great fights with the cav archers. The only thing he needs then would be the armors. And doesn't even need to think about thumb ring because he gets that for free as the Tatars. Statue of an open book. I have a town center coming up for JorDan. Type of TC you only can afford if you're confident in your map control, and that's what JorDan is, with his cav archers and his upgraded cav archers at that. You gotta make sure you have map control to keep your sheep safe. So TC going up to the north, there'll be some gold overlooking it. It traditionally discourages the depiction of sentient beings, humans and animals. Really? So that's why there's no statue of a human then. Okay, interesting. And does the Middle East architecture have a statue then? Didn't think about that. Because that's an architecture that encompasses a variety of religions, because originally the Byzantines used it. That's what Byzantines, Saracens, Turks, Persians originally. So Conk goes down. And JorDan with his third TC, getting some map control and getting some raids in the back. Conk's chasing the cav archers. But really good numbers for JorDan. Lighty with the better eco so far. Did add that second TC in early on. Wants a third TC in the back. Maybe this TC should have been his second. Could have done the TC there and walled up from his base to the edge. Kept his wood eco safe. Okay, cav archer is getting a bit under TC fire. Ooh, JorDan not microing there at a moment when he needed to. Lost a ton of cav archers needlessly. And we will have husbandry on the way for Lighty. And And more cav archers still being pumped out from JorDan. I feel like JorDan's build here has been really smooth. But he's still 10 vills down because of all the upgrades he needs for the cav archers. He doesn't have bowsaw, and he's just now doing horse collar after a ton of farms. And now he might start to feel the effects of going for that early 3-range CA play, where he won't have horse collar. At least we have horse collar and now bowsaw and even wheelbarrow for Lighty. So Lighty is doing better on the eco upgrades. Conks from the back trying to trap the cav archers. This is not a winning fight for the Conks though. Ooh, Lighty did not have the numbers to do what he wanted to do and trap the cav archers by this TC. That was not a good fight for him. Now he's microing a bit against the CA. But with ballistics, he'll have to run and hope they don't catch him. Do we have husbandry? We do have husbandry, but no bloodlines yet. Ooh, no bloodlines for Lighty, which JorDan does have. So the cav archers have 15 more HP than the conks right now. There's the scorpion. Maybe too little too late with all the damage JorDan's already done. I don't know, I mean, he's done a lot of damage, but Lighty still is ahead in eco. More scorpions. I think losing conquistadors so much has hurt him. I mean, the KD still is kind of the same, but it feels like JorDan's maybe even getting the better of the fights. There's the armor. Oh no, the vills, the vills. There we go. Scorpions will definitely help. It'll be a great complement to the conks. Will that be enough though when there aren't too many conks out? And Lighty's gonna say no. He will call the GG, and JorDan will win 3-0. So GG, he kept losing conks. And look at that number, 5 conquistadors compared to 16 cav archers. That's what JorDan wanted to do. Win fights slowly here and there, eventually get enough cav archers. GG. Who's next? Next, we have about 15 minutes until HyperRandom. That'll be Lewis versus Vivi. HyperRandom time. We have a slight break, and then it'll be HyperRandom time. We can go cast a ranked game in between. But for Stronghold Frenzy, we'll have more sets later today. I think there's one at 19 GMT and 23 GMT. So we'll see how much energy I have to cast all day. Masty pops off. Masty, you'll finally pay attention in class. It hasn't been decided yet. I think it's been decided even though there wasn't a decisive fight. Because what's going to happen here? JorDan will win this fight. He'll destroy that scorpion and kill 4 conquistadors. And then it'll be 2 military left for Lighty when he no longer has an eco lead. He has 1k more res collected so far, but that's not going to matter if JorDan takes a great fight here and then traps these vills. You can watch Alien's Rust video, viewership will skyrocket. You know what we can do? Is we can do a handbook reading session, and we're going to figure out the math question we had earlier. What are the most sets we can play? Okay, we're going to go to this Stronghold Frenzy handbook, and we're gonna answer that question that Masty had earlier of how many sets do we play. So that's 3-0 for JorDan over Lighty. Congrats to him. Did win D Zimbabwe. All right, is our base here? Our base is on vacation. So, GSL sets. 1, 2, 3. You can play 3 best of 5, so that's 15 sets there. Then we have a 16-player bracket. So that's 16, 8, 4, and 2. Right, so that's 2 best of 5s. So that's a total of 25 more civs. And then 2 best of 7s on top of that. So that's 25 plus 14, which is a total of 39. So if you play every single possible game in the tournament, that's 39 civs that you need. So I guess at some point you would need a DLC, because there are, what, 35 civs in the base game? But no, because they added the other DLCs to the base game. They added the first 3 DLCs to the base game. You have more than 35 civs now, because you also have Burgundians, Sicilians, then Poles, Bohemians, so that brings you to 39, and then the dynasties of India, so that brings you to 42. So 42 base game civs now, yes, and you need at most 39 civs for the entire tournament. So there we are. That is how it works. We've done the math, we answered the question. We know the answer. Boom. There, and I hope you appreciate that I do have dark mode and light mode themes for the handbook, so I don't blind people when I open it on stream. I have to use like Chronicles civs for the memes. I think Chronicles can stay in Chronicles. Alright, so let me just update my titles real quick. I gotta update the thumbnail on YouTube too. And we'll swap over to HyperRandom. Alright. Update my Twitch title. So this will be Lewis versus Vivi, Master of HyperRandom 3, hosted by all the hosts in the title. There we are. Alright, so there's no map draft for this. No draft at all. And then we'll swap the logos over. Put a big HyperRandom logo there. And this will be Lewis versus Vivi. And this will be a GSL, this will be an elimination round, I think. Yeah, an elimination round. That means the loser's out. Loser is out. Let me check the bracket here, just double check this. Yeah, an elimination match for this group. And the winner of this places goes to face DauT in a decider match. DauT had lost to Viper earlier. So I think we can maybe just find a quick ranked game to cast. See if there's anything interesting going on. Oh, DauT and Tata are playing Arabia. Okay. Spectate that for a moment. Remind me to turn the HyperRandom logo on when we start HyperRandom. I'll just cast a quick ranked game because DauT's in it. Hello, CAC. I need time to edit videos. Also, I haven't really been interested in many of the new DE expansions. They've had stuff like Chronicles with campaigns, but I'm more interested in like AoE 2 campaigns, and those are more like another game in the AoE 2 engine rather than AoE 2. Same thing with the Three Kingdoms. Like the Three Kingdoms campaigns didn't seem interesting to me. So I'm still hoping one day Lord Bassa finishes the Shadows of Calparea, so I can do a playthrough of that. Tato telling DauT he's too old for this. Oh, what is Tato doing? Tato's stonewalling. Tato full stonewalling as the poles. And he will boom into Schlachter privileges, I guess? Full stone walls. Doing a market. Yeah, and HyperRandom should start in about 10 minutes. Just keep an eye on that to see if it starts. Oh, also on YouTube, apparently I can have both horizontal and vertical layouts for the stream. So I'll have to look into that. I don't think I can actually upload 2 different videos, and I don't know how you would ever watch Age of Empires 2 vertically. Like, what the heck would that look like? Maybe for some other game it'd be useful. So DauT breaking through the walls, Tato defending with the mangonel, and with some light cav. And a pull bonus for extra damage against the light cav is nice. Why do I not get Civ information here? Because I turned the scoreboard off. Do I only get the Civ if I have the scoreboard on? What? Wait, so I legit... Wait. Capture rate, what is this? That's trying to pressure. Still in, there's still a hole. Tato didn't close that fully. Elephant time for DauT. Let's go Vietnamese elephants. Tato booming up. Trying to stay safe. Got a vertical monitor you could watch like that? Okay. I think it's mostly like if you're doing a shooter, you could probably do that reasonably, because like you're showing the middle of the screen and you need to reposition your webcam on the scene to be, I guess, at the top of the vertical video. And then if your webcam is taking up some space and you're shrinking down vertically, then you're maybe getting more like horizontal side to side areas. And depending on the UI of the shooter, you might not have like the ammo count or everything in the middle, but I guess you could still watch a stream like that. I don't know, I mean, I guess it's worth experimenting. Here's Schlachter privileges for Tato. And with 5 stables and the armor upgrade, doing the attack upgrade, he doesn't have anything queued because he doesn't have gold. He needs to control that gold. Honestly, he might need to do fletching and bodkin on the castle, so the castle has enough range to protect the gold. And thank you, Nick Stirs, for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. VOP, nice guy, hope he wins. Hello, Optimus Prime. Vivi, I hope Vivi shows up for the tournament. Vivi has had a kind of a streak recently of apparently not showing up for events. Happened in Cartographers. Bad Koala was here waiting for his teammate and he never showed up. So hopefully Vivi's here indeed to play today. The fastest low elo legend approves of my content. Are you the fastest low elo legend? Fastest in what sense? Because there's many ways to be fast in AoE 2. In terms of APM? In terms of fastest to negative elo? Fastest to get to 0 elo. Okay, my second attempt was... Have you gotten to negative elo? Because negative elo is a thing. It doesn't stop at 0. I have Imperial Age on the way. Oh, you know what I didn't do on YouTube? I didn't change the thumbnail of the video. I need to change the thumbnail. I have a HyperRandom thumbnail. Yes, change desktop. Where's my HyperRandom thumbnail? I would have put that in a different folder. How did I put that in a different folder? Don't you just hate when you have lots of folders for things and you forget where your folders are? Where would I have put that thumbnail? As we have Imperial Age on the way for DauT. We'll be attempting to break in with Cav Archers still at the front. Tato really needs gold. If Tato has gold, he can pump out knights. Maybe he doesn't even need gold with Schlachter privileges. Maybe it's good enough he can just go for it. Why don't I put that in my events folder or my stream overlays folder? Let's see it there. Maybe it's in my stream overlays folder. Where's my thumbnail? I put it in my music thumbnails folder, my editing folder. Too many folders. I have lots of old HyperRandom photos I could use. But no, I have a thumbnail. Where is it? Oh, there we are. Got it. It's called Thumbnail HyperRandom 3. Sorry, I've had a black screen for a second in Capture Age. There. Now we got the YouTube. YouTube is kind of silly that you need to make a thumbnail for your live stream. But I guess it is kind of nice to have that. Alright. Now we're good. Hello, OG Straggler Tree. How you doing? Let me know when the players are here and about to start. We're just casting DauT versus Tato on a ranked game as we're waiting for him to get started. That is a lot of knights from Tato. Tato is really going to Schlachta all over DauT. DauT going Cav Archers. He has chemistry, he has Bracer, he has 45 Cav Archers. If he can keep them in a tight enclosed spot and stack them, he'll take a really good fight. And I think this will be the spot he wants. Look at that stack. Tato cannot engage on those Cav Archers. He has to go around and raid. And guard tower on the way for Tato. Knights hitting houses all around. Castle going up on the side. Cav Archers kill some knights. Knights all going down. This is the downside of Schlachta privileges when you don't have that final armor upgrade. You can get massacred by arrow fire, but the good side is you can raid and you can kill Vils, as we now have, let's see, 29 Vil deaths for DauT, and he's only on 51 Vils now. And with that eco difference, I think Tato has this. Tato right now has 46 knights to 58 Cav Archers, but Tato can keep adding in knights. DauT now at the point he's not going to have many more Cav Archers. Discord pinged. And masonry on the way for Tato, because at some point he'll have enough knights that he can overwhelm DauT. But that might still be a bit with all these Cav Archers. Tato's still Castle Age. Trying to tower rush forward. I guess that's maybe the best way to kill the Cav Archers. He makes guard towers forward, puts masonry on them, and uses them to zone the Cav Archers away from the knights. As the knights won't catch them as long as DauT micros. And don't be sleeping on DauT's micro ability. And I mean, the KD, still better for DauT. He's going to have a great KD. But what he won't have will be villagers. So Treb's out to deal with the guard towers. Those will help. It'll be a slow and painful process of packing and unpacking a Treb for each tower. That's what I learned watching No Zombies strategy for the Saladin Showdown years ago. That if you do a bunch of towers, the AI gets really confused needing to go for each tower one at a time, and it slows down the treb push. DauT fighting rams with Vils, still fighting with Cav Archers, cannot afford heavy Cav Archer. Nowhere near affording heavy Cav Archer, but keeping his numbers up, 60 plus, and now still pulling ahead with a better KD, has the trebs to deal with the towers. Is there a world where DauT kills enough knights that he wins this game? He's down 60 to 138 Vils. Tato probably will need to expand for these neutral golds, but that shouldn't be a problem for him. He's adding more stables. He will have a total of 12 stables now. 12 stable knight production from Schlachta privileges. These knights are essentially free for him. Here's Vivi. We're going to cast in probably at the end of this game. They should be starting soon. Yeah, it should be starting soon. We're just casting a ranked game to kill time before that set starts. So the trebs destroyed by rams. That means the towers will stay up and stay effective. I can't check Tato's tech tree because I turned the scoreboard off. And now it's a 229 to 150 KD. As DauT still does not have an economy. DauT down under 50 Vils. So these raids from Tato killing Vils continually. If Tato could ever get a good push on the TC, but he needs the Knights and Rams together. While the Knights are dealing with the Cav Archers, the Vils can destroy the Rams, and Tato gonna lose and maybe another 2 Rams to Vils. If the Knights come over, he could defend them. Oh, DauT not paying attention though. DauT's trying to micro the Cav Archers? Yeah, he needs to send the Vils to destroy the Rams. DauT down to 46 Vils. I mean, DauT could run out of Vils soon. Tato really wants to destroy this TC. DauT has to keep it up and repair it. Tato, all the map control he could ever want. More Vils coming forward. He can keep doing more towers. But the towers are the effective thing in killing the Cav Archers here. Another Treb going down. And Tato has Knights to spare for spamming at Trebs. Tato trying to stay at 200 pop. DauT struggling to be at 100. Tato trying to snipe Vils where he can. Enough. Now, finally, is this enough Knights to push the TC? Tato trying to split his Knights up into 2 groups. Some for the Cav Archers. He needs to... don't leave the Rams unprotected, Tato. Don't lose even more Rams. Okay, he has some Knights there. Now you can kill the Vils that are attacking the Rams. There's 1 Ram down, but some more Vils going down at the same time. DauT trying to repair the TC, trying to send Vils to attack the Rams. That means the Knights can hit the Vils if they're out of the TC. More Rams on the way in. This might finally be the push Tato needs to destroy this TC. Yeah, Tato needs to download some more RAM. And there's that TC down. So 1 more TC for DauT. He's down to 28 villagers. The 46 Cav Archers might be something that Tato still struggles to kill. More Vils being found out and about, not garrisoned anywhere, and slaughtered by Knights. 23 Vils. A JorDan number of Vils. And more Rams coming forward. They'll find the TC. What about your microwave becoming sentient? I would not worry about that. And 21 Vils to 134. Some more Vils will go down here. And 14 Vils. Well, Deduzu showed us you can win a game with 0 Vils. So maybe DauT still has some hope. Not sudden death, though. Now that's a TC down, so DauT cannot replace any Vils. Of his 14 Vils, 11 are right here. They're in the lobby? Alright. I think this game is pretty much over. We'll see the Ram push on the castle now. TauT needs to spam more knights. He's got 14 queued. Oh, TauT didn't even have handcart this entire time. He could have had even more knights. So Ram's attacking the castle. More knights coming in to kill Vils. DauT 13 Vils and dropping. He will be defeated soon. And there's the GG. Alright, so we'll get HyperRandom started in just a moment. I'll get the logo up and we'll get a scoreboard turned on. So this will be Master of HyperRandom 3, and this will be a GSL Elim, and Master of HyperRandom 3 doesn't fit on the scoreboard. I'll call this HyperRandom 3. And there we go. This is not DauT and TauT playing that. They're just there. Because I need to set the scoreboard up, and I can only do that in-game. Yeah, I definitely would not recommend using your microwave if it's sentient. Same for toasters. And they're in the lobby. OG Straggler Tree has joined the lobby. So Elo's right now, Lewis is 2784, Vivi is 2514. There are no Civ drafts and no map drafts. It is just random Civ on HyperRandom. Full random, so we could have a mirrored matchup. It's a GSL format, so this is an elimination match. The winner goes to a decider match, the loser is out. I think every application should be smart, and by smart I mean have an internet connection and an inconvenient app that's slightly less useful than physical controls, and also be very difficult to set up. Can you ban him? No. Is it HyperRandom Vanilla or HyperRandom Land? It is normal HyperRandom. Yes, and players also will have a restart that they can call before 4 minutes. So each player has a restart. Back in the days, we had lots of restarts. Is DauT pulling an ACCM? He's just playing against TauT. Random Black Forest Vikings versus Vikings and see some fat slobbing. You can see BF-like maps, so who knows? How would a sentient toaster behave? It would burn your toast if you piss it off. Is it random or full? It is full random, Blood. It's full random. So the difference being, if you're playing random, it does not repeat civs. If you're playing full random, it is allowed to repeat civs. So you do have the possibility of mirror matchups. And it is also standard victory, so you can win with wonders. Is anyone? yes, you can get relic victories too. You can get relic victories. Goss versus Maya can happen, yes, indeed. And hello, Bart. Who's almost had a wonder victory? Yeah, the problem with a wonder is once you start building a wonder, so does your opponent, like they counter wonder. And then it becomes a wonder race. You gotta make sure you get your treadmill crane in place. And sometimes you can like do your own wonder, and it's just a debate. Like you do your wonder, and you're not planning on winning with a wonder. You're forcing your opponent to do a wonder, and then you force them to like spend all those resources to go into full wonder defense mode. So then you delete your own wonder foundation once they're committed, and you make them commit more than you do. There's some mind games you can play with the wonder races. That would actually be insane. Imagine you had all but one of the relics, and that final relic was in your like monk's hand. And then what you do, you place your wonder foundation, and you get your opponent ready to be like, oh gosh, they're gonna start building a wonder, spending all their resources on it. And then, like, once they are really committed, you put your relics in, and then you go for the relic victory and delete your wonder foundation. So like you undercut them. And they spend the resources on the wonder, and you don't. Now that would be some gaming. You're predicting Chinese in the first game. You're going to predict what civ is random. Are they still in the lobby? Did they launch? What is going on? Did my game just not load the game? I don't know. They're rehosting. It says Vivi's in a lobby, but then it's not showing me the lobby. What is going on? I think random rolls Slavs a lot. I would hope random does not have any bias. What we've seen of Lewis, he would insta rage quit if that happens. We'll see what we can get in terms of wonders and relics and randomness. So hopefully Lewis is okay. I've seen the match get, I guess, canceled and restarted with their lobby, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe some problems getting it going. I'm getting hungry again. It's almost lunchtime for me. Why is Masty messaging me? Asking questions I don't know the answers to. Let's see, are they in the lobby? Yeah, are they playing? Oh, they're playing. We have a spectator delay of 2 minutes. And it'll be Saracens for Lewis, Vietnamese for Vivi. Game number 1. Let's do this. Finally have a game. I feel famous with 13k followers? Not really. think you need a lot more than that to be considered even somewhat famous on Twitch. I wouldn't even think that like the even like super large Twitch streamers would be famous. I think it's a really niche culture. Alright, so let me get the player names on the scoreboard. This will be Vivi. So, Vivi versus Lewis on HyperRandom, and right away this is HyperRandom as we have mule carts and a 2 TC start, and players have 4 skirmishers, so advantage Vivi because his skirms have extra hit points, and he'll need those extra hit points right away as he runs into 2 wolves with one of his skirmishers. He runs into 4 wolves almost. Okay, there are fish and javelinas and wolves and gold in a pit with relics and gazelles, and it's HyperRandom. It's HyperRandom and 2 TCs right away. Loom for Lewis. He needs to keep the TCs running. 13k people gather into a stadium to watch me cast Age of Empires. How do I respond? I think I cast Age of Empires. Or would we get a stadium for that? Let's go down to the TC fire. The mule cart will run around over here. A couple of relics in the south. The horses are reskinned deer on this map, so you have to make sure that you are aware that you can hunt the horses. Look at how slow they run, because that's their walking animation. Spanish castles seem to be the latest trend. That's the thing, though. We don't have castles here in the US. Our buildings were constructed at a later age, for the most part. You go to like a baseball stadium in Castle. You go to City Field. They have a nice large scoreboard for esports events. And at a castle, Trirem's family has a castle. One day we could do a LAN there. It's like Nilly has an apartment, and we have a castle. It's like a later period, more like Renaissance era castle though. But it's still a castle. Oh, Lewis shooting the boar at the TC. It makes me sad. So Skirm's still hoovering around a bit. Boar being lured in from Vivi. Yeah, no Chinese. Your prediction of the DE randomization has been slightly inaccurate, I have to say. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. And no Slavs either. You got a 1 out of 50 chance. So we will have a dock, and ooh, look at that salmon. 333 food in the salmon. That's more than salmon usually have. That's a T90 dinner of salmon for Lewis to have. So pigs under the TC. Mills will be taking them. We'll have the mule cart over here for Lewis. And some gazelles taken by Lewis at the front. The mule cart can run around. Hoover around a bit, if you will.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ.
And Phil from the TC can head back and take the gazelles. Gazelle shot by the skirms.
Có tiểu nhân. Xin phụng mệnh.
Skirms go for the Vil.
Có tiểu nhân.
And the Vil will go down. Yes, he goes down. There we go. Saracens drop. You can't do donjons as the Saracens. That's a Sicilian thing.
Có tiểu nhân.
So feudal for Lewis. I think the fish is the right approach, though. With both players fishing. I wonder if you keep adding more docks. And the mule cart being very effective. Destroy the hunt? No, destroying the hunt is how you go.
Điện hạ có gì
That's the way to play the game. And aiming is important. And skirms there, grouped up, want to go for the Vils. You start with 4 skirms, might as well use them. And both players will be up around 30 seconds difference. That could be good timing for Lewis to get ships out. What do Saracens do? I mean, they're both good archer civs. It's maybe tricky late game against imp skirms. So yeah, maybe I think you try not to get to that point. Saracen should be a good naval civ if you want to open galleys. You have the faster shooting galleys. Can't spell Sicilians without silly? Oh, there's no Y in Sicilians. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Mamluks no longer take bonus damage from skirmishers. So you're right. Mamluks can eat imp skirms. But then rat and archers should be able to deal with Mamluks. Or just normal arbalest from the Vietnamese.
Có tiểu nhân. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
And ooh, Lewis using the market. Double bit axe on the way from Vivi. And Castle Age on the way from Lewis. Wolf going after the skirms. Skirms will get some javelins on the wolf. And the wolf will go down. Over here, fishing ship's taking some fish, dropping off at the dock as the fire pops out. Skirms hitting the Vils, and the Vils can run about.
Xin phụng mệnh.
The fires go after the fishing ship, the Vils come down to fight the skirms. And a couple of fire galleys might pop out of the dock. See if the fires can pop out. Vils here could go down. Fire is still hitting the Vils. Vils going down. Look at them go. Look at them go down. More fire galleys on the way here. Loose up to the castle age. There he goes. 1433. He is up. And ooh, he's dropping a castle. He's dropping a castle. He's got forward Vils. And fighting on the water, but he's got forward Vils. And let's look at him go. He's dropping right on the gold and the stone. 2 TCs, so looking to take out one of the TCs from Vivi. Okay, now we're 15 minutes. Now we're starting to cook. As Saracens, they are looking to go Mamluks here. Looking to go Mamluks. Mamluk camels, 11. What is that font? That small all caps font. That small caps font. Gate will go down. The Mamluk comes in. Using flags. I use lots of flags in map scripting. A great visual debugging tool.
Viking định hạ.
Một sai.
Fire ships can come out of the dock soon. I'll see if they do for Lewis. It feels like Vivi's taking the water. So despite the castle drop, Vivi's managed to do his own defensive castle, can get some rat and archers out. And we'll go rat and archers versus Mamluks. Get enough rat and archers out, and archers usually are anti-Mamluk. But Mamluks themselves have enough HP that they kind of win the fight, almost like conquistadors do. And this could be bad for Vivi. Mamluk's getting in on the vills, trying to stop the TC. Don't think he'll stop it. The entire village can be sent to raise it. But he will get quite a few vill kills at least. Or he leaves a few low HP vills, only 3 Mamluks. They didn't have forging, and they will need their armor upgrades. They start out with 0 pierce armor. So the rat and archers will be doing a full 8 damage per arrow. Looks like try to group up more Mamluks together. Over on the side. Our galley, or 5 ships now, taking a good fight, taking each other out. Lewis managing to defend his dock on 17 hit points. I'm sure he'd love to be able to destroy a bunch of these fishing ships. I'm sure he'd absolutely love that. Fire ships going down. Market in the back here from Lewis. And oh, what is this? What is this? Here comes some Mamluks. There is a castle. Okay, castle going up.
Một sai.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Castle for Lewis.
Có tiểu nhân.
As the rat and archers go down.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo, xin phụng mệnh.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
And town center goes up. Mamluks come over. Ooh, TC goes up just in time. Lewis trying to find spots to hit with the Mamluks. Can't quite do so. But Vivi, still the score lead. Feels like Vivi has the water lead. Now he wants to come forward and raid the rat and archers, but Lewis is fully walled. And without the map presence of the forward castles like Lewis has, Vivi might find it harder to get in. Lewis, though, might need to get a panic castle up as the rat and archers might come in on that stone. Mamluks still also not finding the best raiding area with all the TCs, but here come the Rattans, and this could be a lot of dead vills. 5 Rattans, they do have Bodkin, and Vivi just needs to notice. Vivi just needs to notice. Lewis running back to the TC, Vivi didn't notice quite in time. They'll start to attack vills here. Won't get too many though, they'll run back. Maybe like 3 or 4? Will the 4th go down? No ballistics, so no, Rat and Archer struggled to hit there. And Imperial Age, Imp on the way for Lewis, using that Saracen's Market. Using the Saracen's Market, and he will be in a position to start trubbing once he's up, Vivi nowhere close to Imp. And maybe that means Lewis is in a better position here. We watch Lewis every day, he does stream quite a lot. A demo ship on the way forward. And Will it go for the Vil? Yes, it will. Boom. Gets a Vil and a fire. Nice demo. Some rat archers still hoovering around to the south. Mamluks came back to try to clean them up. Mamluks should be able to that fight maybe. Castle hitting the TC as handcarts on the way in for Vivi. This map, this is at least we have a crazy map. This is the type of map we want to see for HyperRandom. This TC very low in HP. I honestly wouldn't mind seeing Vivi maybe delete that house, do a TC there, kind of on the wood. Give himself a bit more protection on these farms. If he wants his own castle, but that's dangerous with Lewis's imp timing. That could lead to a Treb war that Vivi loses the castle, or sees him losing all of, not just both TCs, but also the castle. Workshop Foundation for Lewis can also do chemistry and add cannons once he's up. Another TC for him on his gold and his stone. So 74 Vil imp feels very low for a 2 TC start, but that's what we have with all this aggression. All the 4 castles. Rat Nurture's on the way. TC going down to this castle. There it goes. We'll have scale barding armor and imp on the way for Lewis. As some Mamluks come forward. Rat Archers kill Vils. You definitely see something very much like this being a scripted map. You just a bit both have a TC on both islands. Like in the middle. Yeah, definitely a fun concept. 2 TCs with like shallows and islands in the middle. And Rat Archers take the Vil. And we'll have Imp on the way for Vivi. As the Mamluks come over, chased by some Rat Archers. Lewis trying to do outposts. Outpostville will be chased by the Rattans, but the Mamluks can maybe deal with the Rattans. They need to dodge and close the distance. Awkward fight kind of for both. The Imp TC will kill a Vil. How often do you see that? Your Imp TC killing an enemy Vil? And honestly, this is the Imp TC, because this TC just got destroyed. This TC has like no HP on it. And Vivi putting Imp in a good TC. This is the opposite of DauT. DauT would have had it there. Or there. And Lewis pushing with the Trebs, getting a good Treb push as Vivi is trying to get up to Imp. Treb's already out here. 2 Trebs, they're going for the house, they need to go for the castle. And that workshop never was built by Lewis, stays there on 64 HP. Castle hit. And castle down. Castle down. Lewis's push continues. Chemistry on the way for Vivi. That'll let him access cannons. He is repairing this castle as much as he can. More Mamluks coming for Lewis. Only 9 Vils though, so probably not enough to repair it, even with the castle being on the hill. If we get siege engineers in for Lewis, he'd definitely take that out. Maybe even counterweights. Workshop there will be denied for the moment. Mamluks get a good raid on some Vils on the stone. That'll help even up that Vil count a bit. Or not, he only gets 1 Vil. Rat Archers coming forward. Trebs don't worry too much about them with all their Pierce armor. Mamluks might want to come over and defend them. This is, okay, interesting fight. Mamluk, Rat Archer. Rat Archers, can they win this? Not if they're focused on the Trebs. And Mamluks can push them back. But a limited ability to push them back, because Mamluks have to run under the castle fire actually to get hits. 3rd Treb, though, if that can get to, especially to that hill, will be able to push the castle. Lewis needs to deploy the Treb. He's trying to dance with the Mamluks as well as he can. Castle goes down. Okay, castle goes down to only 2 Trebs. So does the TC. And Trebs will have to run, one of them very low. Remember, you lose Pierce armor when you pack. So he'll have to run back to the safety of his castle. Still has a mule cart alive. And a cup of tea. I could do with another cup of coffee. Ratton's getting under the TC here. And double tower defense for Lewis. Only has watchtower. Might need to upgrade to guard tower. But very tight on res. Lewis, he's got 31 idled vills out of only 86. Not much of an economy for him. He has a good score lead and still a great push. He's trebbing the last of the TCs, but he doesn't have enough Mamluks to defend his trebs from villagers. And Vivi now, that TC will go down. He will be 0 TC gaming, but at the same time, Lewis will be almost 0 army gaming as all of his Mamluks are running straight into Ratton archers. And he's losing a treb. There are Rattons everywhere in Lewis's economy. Okay, this game is crazy. There are Rattons here idling the economy. Lewis is 27 idle vills out of 80. Most of them aren't working. And Vivi has 0 TCs. So every time he loses a vill, it's extra deadly because he's not going to be replacing it. I feel like the Mamluks need to tear through that palisade and give them another lane to go in and out of this base. But okay, there should be a few dead vills. Okay, can Lewis hold on without his own economy working? At least he has a TC down here that can add stuff. He has a gazelle he can hunt. We'll have a TC being added in the back there. Maybe finally getting another TC up. And desperately trying to do a tower so we can garrison vills. And looks will turn around, try to hit Ratton archers. Herb goes for the tower. And looks go for the villagers.
Dạ bẩm có thảo
Dạ
dân.
bẩm có dân nữ.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Needs to take out the lumber camps.
Dân nữ xin
Do a
chào.
Matze. Oh, is that what someone meant for the Matze strategy, the lumber camp strategy?
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Take out all the lumber camps. Yeah, I mean that's just not a Matze strategy. That's a fundamental part of how do you douche. You go for the lumber camps because wood is so valuable in that situation. Where TCs are expensive, even more expensive to repair.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân nữ xin chào.
Vills go down. Treb not able to deploy too many Ratton archers for the Mamluks to deal with. Lewis down to 71 vills himself. He has been heavily raided as the Rattons come forward. I'll need to go do a TC himself there. Rattons get pushed back by the TC. Mamluk will be killed eventually somehow, whether it's Castle Fire, Ratton archers, or the Mangonel. Down it goes. And Husbandry, Plate Barding armor coming in. Cannon working on the castle. And oh, what is this castle from Vivi? That'll be right in Lewis's face. Here come the vills. Lewis can't stop this. I think Vivi's won this game. I think Vivi's won it. I don't think Lewis can get enough vills re-added in. I mean, look at that, 59 to 35 KD. Vivi will get more castles. That'll be on a hill. He'll be in treb positions. And right now, the Mamluks don't have a way of dealing with Ratton archers. Vivi's lost so much, but Lewis is on the verge of losing even more. Has to do a panic defensive castle and go into treb fight mode. I don't think he has the economy to pump out enough forward trebs the way that Vivi does. Ooh, is this enough Mamluks though? Could this be a DauT castle? Could this be a DauT castle? Lewis is fortunate that Vivi built the castle in a spot where all the vills couldn't build it. There were like 7 idle vills there, and this castle will not go up. Oh, okay, never mind. Lewis still in this game. Lewis still in the game. He's going to kill everything that was forward with his Mamluks. We'll kill everything that was forward. And more Ratton archers. 6 of them. The Mamluks could win that fight too. Getting a nice jump on them. Not enough attack. I think he still needs the final attack upgrade for the Mamluks. Still needs elite Mamluk, but things that are expensive and not affordable for him. He's going to lose them to the Rattons now, and Vivi could send more vills to finish that castle. The vills will just walk right past each other. Hello, all the Mamluks are dead. There are 2 Mamluks left for Lewis, and he's bought himself a ton of time in the Treb War now, as he has 1 Treb out and a second on the way. Just passing, indeed. Treb will have to go back. And the castle will go up as the vills once again do not fit. But there it goes, and he can do a workshop, even claim a gold. The problem with the workshop is how does he micro cannons? Oh my gosh, Lewis, don't lose a Treb to the castle. No, no, Lewis, don't do it. Don't deploy the Treb. No! Okay, well, Lewis lost the Treb to castle fire. That's something you don't really see all that much because of the pierce armor they have, but that was difficult. Now, Lewis still dealing with Rat and Archer raids. He has no way to clean them up, and with 0 vills on food, he has no way even to get elite skirm. At least he'll have vision of the Rat and Archers. Still has a boar here that hasn't been hunted all game. I'll have to do a quick defensive watchtower on that gold to keep the Rat and Archers away. Rat and Archers will attempt to destroy this castle, and that will not work out well for them. They'll need to get their friendly trebuchet over here. Treb going to be on the hill. Oh man, what is going on here? Trebing the TC, another Treb counter-trebing on the castle. TC could go down. Bombard cannon out, but because of this gold mine, there's no place to micro that cannon. Vivi legit would have to delete that castle to be able to micro the cannon. He's trying to open up the wall a bit. Maybe try to destroy the market. Give some space over here for micro. Oh yeah, this Treb doesn't range the castle. Oh no, this is such an awkward castle for Vivi. It's a good thing for him that Lewis is so far behind now. So that castle eventually was cleaned by a Mamluk. There are a few more there. I'm sure Vivi would love to clean that castle and regain the golden stone down here, get access to the bottom of the map. Lewis still trying to break out. Lots of HP on that castle. He did get, what did he get? Hoardings? Yeah, he did get hoardings. No masonry or architecture for the Vietnamese castles. And this castle will go down. Okay, so this fort castle eventually did a ton of damage. But will go down. Siege engineers on the way for Vivi. This castle's still up. And you pay, hello. Who is still holding on, hanging on by a thread. His eco will again be raided by rat and archers. Somehow he needs to get a castle down here. He has the stone. There he goes. He's gonna send his entire village to raise it. He's got 27 vills. Is that enough? There are 20 rat and archers. I don't think that's enough. Vills, that is. Oh, Lewis. Castle, 86%. Ooh, that's so close. 97%. 98%. 99.97%. And there is the GG, and Vivi will take an incredible game 1. Oh, you did that castle a while ago. 99.97%. I've seen closer. I've seen 4,800 out of 4,800. That isn't finished. But whew, that was a game of HyperRandom right there. So what do we have? 167 to 144 KD. There must have been some friendly fire in there somewhere, because that is not an equal KD for both of them. Much better eco for Vivi by the end. He had more vills all around. Who's doing a DauT castle for us? That's not a rage quit. That's a proper game was over quit. Yeah, you can have the HP be finished without the percentage being finished. You can have 4,800 out of 4,800 in castles. That's a thing. I've seen that before. It's a win for Vivi. You see, they're in the lobby for the next game, so we'll just have the ad in between games. At 99.97%, not enough. Yeah. The castle was way too late for the outcome to change. That was over a lot earlier as the Rat Archers came in to raid Lewis. He had a ton of forward map control, did a great job with the trebs, but couldn't defend himself at the same time. If he were a bit more walled at his southern base, or maybe did a castle at home. Maybe he needed one castle at home instead of two forward, and wait a bit on the second forward castle. Just to make sure he's not taking as much damage from the Rattans while he's going for the treb pushes. Right, they're in the lobby now for game number 2. Again, each player does have a restart they can call during the set before 4 minutes if they really don't like the Civ matchup. Have they launched? They have launched. All right. Civs will be Malians for Lewis and Way for Vivi. Hello, Elevid. Alright, getting ready to launch into the game. And here we go. Hello, Underil. How you doing? So, what, the Hall of Heroes? What the heck is this? Look at that dragon. Does this do anything? Can you train units from this? Can you train heroes from it? What is this? Okay, so Vivi will be the Way. He'll have a Hall of Heroes. Lewis will be the Malians. He'll have one of them too. What is this? Does anyone know what this is? Is a spear even on the front? Now, sometimes in HyperRandom you can train things. I don't think this is sudden death where like you'd need to defend this. Usually there are flags around it if it is. Yeah, it's campaign exclusive, but what does it do? It's useless here. Well, I mean, it might not be useless, right? You can modify these things to do stuff in the map scripts. Yeah, 3K heroes can train their heroes there. Well, does Vivi have a huge advantage that he's a 3K civ then? Oh, what the heck? They have a trade cart. Look at that guy go. Look at him go. Oh no, he's gonna go right into the TC. No, Lewis lost his scout, his trade cart scout, and he's gonna call a re. He will call a re. Each player has one re within 4 minutes, and losing the scout was a justification for him there to call a re. Look at his scouting. Hasn't scouted much, and it would have been kind of a Michi-like map. Maybe he didn't like the civ matchup against the Way anyway. I mean, Farimba Camel should be pretty good here, I think. We didn't get to find out if the Hall of Heroes worked. Lewis called his re too early. Are they in game now? Yes, they are. There they are. Yeah, scouting is really important in HyperRandom. Probably the map where it's most important. Guess even if they got one of the Three Kingdoms civs, they can't do anything with it. Well, we won't know now. We won't know. We'll have a re, and you can see the civs. It'll be this time Berbers for Lewis and Wu for Vivi. So Vivi again, Three Kingdoming with his civs. His randomness. Oh, you start with a workshop. You start with a siege workshop right against the edge of the map for Lewis. Right against the edge of the map, that Berbers siege workshop. I never realized just how hollow the inside of this workshop is. Right, like it's just. I guess that's how buildings are, but it's very empty in there. I always imagined there'd be more going on in there. Now that I zoom in. What about this one? I guess this is the same thing. It feels like this one's like a bit more busy on the inside. I don't know. Maybe if I really look at it, it's hollow there too. Random things my mind thinks of. And hello, Eunice Altar. How are you doing? So Vivi as the Wu here will be taking those goats under the TC. Whoa, where's he going? Where's he going? Where's that goat going? The goats only have 93 food. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful under your TC. Some hares. Oh, well, those hares have barely any food. 23 food on them. The boar is 490. What is your scout unit? A Genitor. Ooh, Lewis trying to lure his boar with the Genitor. That has to be careful because of the mid-range. You gotta shoot it twice with your units there. You'll get it in, no problem. Doesn't have to worry about killing it anymore. Forward Genitor from Vivi. You do some nice laming with this thing. The Cav Archer Scout. This is actually the Berbers, I think, were a custom civ in the Realms mod that had a Camel Archer Scout. That was a Cav Archer. So the Genitor going to harass the Vils on the Lumber Camp. And okay, first hits on the Genitor. Come by way of Lewis whacking it with his Vils. No Loom, at least it only does... Oh wait. Yes, Loom. Okay, Loom just came in. That means it'll do 1 damage. walling here. Really committing there. Oh, thank you very much for using your Prime sub, Eunice. Thank you very much. As Lewis kills the scout, and there's the re from Vivi. There's the re. Once one player uses their re, it's like, oh, I have a re, players remember, and then they use them all on the same game. That's the rule for restarts. All restarts are used on the same game. So 2 scout losing restarts in a row. Remember when tournaments had like 5 restarts for a best of 3? Each player would probably have 2 restarts for a best of 5. I think that was standard years ago. Oh, we have Aztecs versus Maya now. Aztecs for Vivi, Maya for Lewis. As we load in one more time. The Shu Wei Wu heroes are different units altogether in the campaign. Yeah, that's what I've heard. But I don't know, I've not played those campaigns. I have the campaigns. I have like I still need to activate my content creator code for that DLC. I kind of miss the restarts though. Maps could definitely be a bit more random, and I think a bit more interesting. Nowadays everything's kind of really fixed because no one wants restarts. I think you lose some of the fun that we used to have. Campaign units are different. Very bland these days. It's fire galleys and small ponds. That's the problem. Who knows? Maybe the upcoming water update will change that. But fundamentally, I think that small pond maps are just boring. So here we will have Lewis. Lewis will be playing as the red Maya, and then we'll have Vivi playing as the blue Aztecs. Aztecs versus Maya. How does this Civ matchup go these days? I used to slightly favor Aztecs for the most part, but now they've been changed a lot. Oh, and they have a Jaya Nagara as their scout. I don't believe he has to stay alive, even though he has king graphics. Probably has the King Alfonso thing where he can do like 1 damage over time. I think the tricky thing is plumed archers. That there isn't a good way of dealing with plumed archers for the Aztecs, but now they have atlatl skirms. Well, who has the better skirms? Who's the better skirms? Is Hulcha Javelineers, where they shoot an additional projectile, better than atlatl skirms, where they have +1 attack and +1 range? I mean, skirms have so much pierce armor. I think +1 attack, does that actually affect anything? It might not. The range is still nice, but then the extra javelin combined with the lack of the final armor upgrade for the Aztecs, I think the Maya skirms are still better. Maybe with like infinite micro, the range is better for the Aztecs. But I think the Maya skirms are better. Maybe Aztec skirms are better from the perspective that they're fighting plumed archers and counter plumed archers more with the extra range. But yeah, the armor and also the extra javelin, right? That'll do 1 attack despite armor. Helps. And hello, Noob Netrum. You prefer the +1 range. That's usually I'd prefer +1 range on a range unit. That's true, but skirms with the armor difference could make it a huge difference. Maya Eagle, yeah, Maya Eagles, right? Maya Eagles are better 1-on-1. Aztecs with Garland Wars and the extra attack is nice, but the extra HP of the El Dorado Eagles tends to be a bit more general purpose useful. 1-on-1, I think the El Dorado still matters a bit more. I mean, 40 HP is an insane HP boost. I think the thing is that Aztecs can struggle against plumed archers if they're going eagles, and that is the one thing the Maya that stands out for the Maya in the matchup is how well plumes can counter eagles. Yeah, well, end in Dark Age. I think they're a bit too far apart for it to end in Dark Age. Also, I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 relics I count on the map. So good for the Aztecs to have so many relics with their gold generation bonus. Yeah, a true Mesoamerican war. We don't even need to... Oh, we have a pause. Say South American, like if the Incas are involved. Is there a South American civ, not a Mesoamerican civ like these two are? I know that the introduction of the Inca mess up all of our Mesoamerican vocabulary we'd use to describe Eagle Warriors. Adminry? Why is there an adminry? Was there an adminry because Lewis has literally all of this in the back of his base and there's nothing back here for Vivi? That seems kind of unfair. That's fair enough. I know Hazemi called it. We end in the Dark Age and none of this mattered. Hazemi jinxing us. Hazemi called it. Hazemi absolutely called it. I was like, oh, they're so far apart. There's no way there ends in Dark Age, but never doubt the fact there can be adminries. Oh, freaking Hazemi. Why you gotta do this to us? I have no idea what that's a re. Let me check the Discord and see if I've answer here. I don't see an explanation for it. But all right, so that's 1, 2, 3 restarts in a row. We're getting good old AOC AOE2 vibes here. This is OG casting where we have to wait for re after re after re before the game starts. I'm guessing the re was because of all those extra resources that Lewis had. I wonder what pun you'll come up with our 4th restart in a row, Hazemi. Stole the joke. Alien, will you have to come up with a game 4 re-joke then? Redeem yourself. You were just about to say it. Alright, we have again launched into the game. It'll be Chinese for Lewis and Portuguese for Vivi in another minute and 30 seconds. Hello, Caceres. 14. No, we don't want 14 restarts in a row. That might be too many. Yeah. I'll give that like 1.4 out of 8.7. Hello, Sovereign. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're having a great day too. If it would spam 14. That's because the lobby just never launched. Oh, don't you mean 2.71? Yeah, 2.71828. I know my first couple digits of E. Okay, siege elephant. Will you start surrounded with towers? What if you siege down all the towers? Oh my gosh, you could ram the towers in this map. Oh, there's water in the middle. Okay. And then over here, the map just decided the randomness can include nothing. You have a big empty field, like one Asian pine tree. Alright. Hello, Jafara. Truly random. Yeah, you're amazing calling the restart. Don't call a restart for us. No tree. No tree for what? What do you mean no tree for red? Oh, wait a minute. We have, okay, 6 towers for both. Same numbers of towers. Yeah, this is a random map. You have a big hill at the front. And the Vills will have to dock. And, ooh, the deep fish are not particularly valuable. You don't have much food on them. Nice map. Hello, Petro. How you doing? And Doc coming up for Lewis. This has Ravens plus Valley vibes. And oh, Elephant versus Black Bear. Can't click the bear. There it goes. That bear did a ton of damage to the other. That did 40 HP of damage to the elephant. The bear was insane. Maybe the Ellie can't take down all the towers now. Oh, look at this tower right on the edge of the map. That is guarding the edge. Making sure nothing loops around from the outside. Also, these horses, yeah, the horses are reskinned deer. They have food on them. On these middle islands. We're on that one middle island. Oh, maybe we need to call an admin restart again. Because Lewis's island has horses, but Vivi's doesn't. It was downhill, too. I want to see what would happen if, oh, a dingo. What's a dingo? It looks like a wolf. But it's called a dingo. What is this animal? Not a wolf. I mean, I guess javelinas and boars look identical. It has to be a wolf, right? Is a dingo a form of wolf? An Australian wild dog. Okay, so an Australian wild dog. That's what that is. A boar cow. Was that one of those drop bears that fell on the elephant? If this is Australia themed? Maybe that would explain what happened to this elephant. Kind of American wild dog. A dingo is a wolf? That's not a term I've ever heard. Which I guess maybe it is Australian then. The lumber camp going up on this wood line for Lewis. So we'll have some extra gold and stone over here. So the Chinese should get off to a good start. I would have said Portuguese long-term are the better water save, but I don't know how now the dragon ship does for the Chinese. The Chinese did lose their extra demo ship HP bonus. That could be rough for them. Vivi's wood access looks a lot better than Lewis. Vivi, that's true, he has some good wood down here in the corner of the map. Has to be careful, one of those scary black bears. Lewis's wood, not all that great. That's true. He can go to the corner to grab wood, but that's much farther away for him. His section of this blank area spawned with the forest. Polar bears would have had 30 HP, not 25. That's true, polar bears are scary. And Lewis is gonna find a black bear with the Vills. Vills might do better against it than the elephant did. Oh yeah, that Vill. Those Vills have loom, they have knives. They're fine against the bear. There they go. Yeah, they're also grizzly bears now, right? They're black bears, or just black bear, brown bear, and polar bear.
喂，准备就绪。什么？何等命令？
Black bear is what I have in the woods around me when I go for runs, and Lewis will be milling these ibexes lots of food on them. There's unbearable alien with the puns. Oh boy. Oh, there's a cow up there. Hello, cow. Getting some shade by that Asian maple tree. So, water, right? Water. Access. Docking. Double docks from Vivi. Double docks from Lewis. And they will be fighting over the water. I imagine this is just a galley opening from both, but the Portuguese will have the gold discount and the extra HP. Well, for all their ships. And okay. Hill bonus elephant going for the tower. Vivi knocking that down. Lewis sending Vils to fight. Maybe he can catch the elephant?
准备就绪。
Try to run away. Random army from both players fighting each other at the start. I'm immediately forced to micro. Yeah, these wolves doing a number on Lewis's elephant. He's running into every form of wildlife there is. That wolf, 5 damage per bite. Thing is vicious. Willow trees right on the beach. Okay, let's see if Lewis can maybe hit a tree. I mean, hit a tree, hit a tower. Trees and towers are different. All right, 4 hours of casting, and I'm starting to lose it. Trees and towers are not the same thing. Willow trees. I don't feel like it'd be fun to play armies that are scripted to be deleted, though. Oh, wait, there are hills! There are hills on the water! There are hills on the water! And that means you get a hill bonus if your galleys are on the hill. Yeah, look at that. You see how the water is bumpy? There are hills on it. The water hills from standing waves. Galleys are going sailing back and forth. I really want to see if someone uses that area over to the west. Imagine! It's so flat. Someone does a wonder over here. Someone does a wonder here. Right, you wall off across the front, do a wonder here, and defend. That's how you could use that part of the map. That empty, barren part of the map. It was a game 1, Vivi won. Yes indeed. Clutching for both on the way. Vivi ever so slightly later. Is Tatar ships and Georgian ships bonus work on water hills? Yes, that should work on water hills. Same as on any hill. Feels like the numbers here are slightly higher for Vivi, although extra incentivized to camp with the hills. Camp and guard a hill. You're playing with archers on Arabia. Why does it look old school? Probably just the texture used for it. I don't know. There's no 3D water effect in Capture Age like there is in game. I always turn that off anyway, kind of gives me a headache. So players just jumping, they got tired of microing, so they're going to meet at the top of a hill. Try to jump each other underneath Lewis's docks. Who's winning this fight? I think Vivi? I think Vivi, he has reinforcements that are here sooner. But third dock for Lewis, third dock for Vivi, both on 3 docks. Lewis now will be losing his fishing ships, and Vivi has to run his fishing ships to make sure he doesn't get caught out of position by the pair of galleys that's running around. Repairing his dock, and yeah, there go the fish. Want to see your fixture? Well, maybe in the water rework where you get water hills. They're just memeing. They're joking. Because of all the restarts. And so Castle Age on the way for both players. And galleys will start hitting the dock. Maybe we can also get units that walk over water? You mean like the HD edition? Galleys go down. And Castle Age will be here for both players. Immediate War Galley clicked for Lewis. He's trying to swap into fires. I guess we'll probably have to see Vivi go for some fires of his own. He's adding fishing ships thinking that he's won the water comfortably. But Lewis isn't giving up on water, and Vivi needs to make sure he clicks War Galley too. Otherwise, he will quickly lose to fire ships. And there he goes. War Galley on the way. And he's trying to keep all of his galleys together. 11 galleys. If he does War Galley and Bodkin, he should win against the fires. Maybe 5 fires. The galleys have to run back. A couple of demos on the way. So he's going demos, and the demos will help him avoid needing to invest into Bodkin. So second TC from Lewis going up to the north. Feels like Vivi probably has won the water here. There's a couple of demos. And hello, Erido Clappin, how you doing? And demo boom on 2 fires. Galleys will finish them off. And yeah, water control for Vivi. He's taking a pretty good score lead now. More cav archers coming forward, going for the outpost. Elephants that can swim across the water. That would be a thing. So Portuguese HP bonus 149 for the war galleys. Definitely helps him win the water. We'll have cav archers from Lewis. Can't run off the edge of the map. But TC for Vivi gets that with enough vills, and it should go up and keep him safe from cav archer raids. And the fishing ships still will be out for Vivi. Vivi doing a monk. Monk will probably want to pick up relics soon. Yeah, Erido Clappin. Who writes every name with Erido Clappin at the end. Or every message with Erido Clappin at the end. And Doc goes down. Doc getting hit by the war galleys too. And Lewis now off the water. And he needs to do damage on land, but he will be walled out. Cav Archer is going to try to loop all the way around the back of the back. They might find a monk. Third TC now for Vivi, finding spots on top of the hills. There's Bowsaw for Lewis. Cav archers when everyone starts with 6 towers. Oh, that's true. I guess it does make it harder to find spots to raid. And we will have full walls from Vivi, so he will be safe from the cav archers on this side, as long as there's no hole there somehow. And this is a gate going up. And the worst thing would be if the villager builds the gate, opens it to build the palisade, and then the cav archers run through. The second worst thing would be if there's just a straight up hole on the other side, which there is. Okay, and Lewis now having a chance to do some counter damage. I might have to brave a TC. To Dave a TC. To brave a TC. Erdo clapping lore 11. Newville does go down. Wanted to mine some stone, but gets killed. Guess there wasn't room here, so he tasked over there. Third TC now for Lewis. Vivi's already on 3. And has some good working fishing ships. So TC up. Gilnet's on the way. And wheelbarrow. Yeah, he's expanding towards the Great Empty. He has monks out here. Going for the relic, maybe. He's a cow over in the Great Empty. The cav archer is still doing something over here, but they're fully walled out now. Extra tiles going up everywhere along this wall. With gill nets, Vivi can start doing fish traps. Not many deep fish left, but you do probably want to start getting fish traps added in instead of relying on the shorefish. Transport ship for Vivi. Oh, Vivi's going to transport ship castle drop. What do you put the castle? Maybe right on top of this hill, right atop the hill. Try to do it forward on the castle or maybe right on the TC. That could be good too, like right here. So Lewis with stone, he's up to imp. He wants a castle of his own, maybe too. Ah, right on the coastline. He could be thinking of going back into water with dragon ships. The Chinese don't get fast fire ship, they get dragon ships now that replace them. There are 15 vills from Vivi. And he'll be dropping a castle here, right on the outside of Lewis's base. Not getting much progress forward. It does get the castle up, as we have imp also from Vivi. There is the castle. Lumber camp on the way also to keep those vills busy. And it'll be a little over a minute later for Vivi. Yeah, those fishing ships are starting to get very inefficient on these shorefish down here. I think he really does need to think about investing into fish traps soon. Regala's going for the house, and a barracks goes up. He'll have careening and imp on the way. archery range on the side. And there it is. There is dragon ships. So will dragon ships be effective? I have no idea. No shipwright and no dry dock for the movement speed. Just dragon ships, standard dragon ships, and they can do their cannon galleon equivalent too. So dragon ships, these are still not much in the south from Lewis. Some random units here and there. And there it is, dragon ship. I'll come around the back, try to sandwich this navy. And they will still be getting back on water. The dragon ship's proving useful. Transport and fire here from Vivi might go down. And Vivi wants another castle, but again, not much forward progress. We'll be able to clear the towers, at least if he gets a bracer. Can definitely clear. This one might be able to hit it already. Castle getting a 1 tower. And the dragon ship's disrupting the fish now. Okay, chemistry for Vivi. I mean, things they look cooler, easier to micro and pay attention to. So Skirm's going for the cav archers. And double castle as the trebuchet ship is fighting the treb, but 1 treb shot snipes that off. Yeah, down it goes. I want to say never take that fight, because you're too valuable for 1 treb shot to take out. Unless you're really gonna micro and dodge. And they're going for the trebs. Don't do much damage to them, but enough over time. He's trying to drag on the game. So castle up here, another one defensively for Lewis. And that's a low HP treb, but with the cannons there, these trebs will have to run. Oh, how does that treb not get hit by anything? So cannon going for the TC, trebs there. Now, Lewis now with water control can use his cannon galleon equivalent to besiege this castle and take out one of those forward castles, stop some of the aggression and the treb production. And cannon micro, on board cannon micro there. Ooh, cannon hit by a shot. Okay, treb taking some damage, has to roll away. Just out of the range of the coast there. Just out of range. Maybe he's coming back into range. And he can now go for the castle, so Lewis can clean that forward castle Vivi had made. And things looking pretty darn good for Lewis now that he's retaking the water. Let's change the score. Hill's heading out for a castle. They're running to see a massacre. but the castle will go up. And defensive castle at home for Lewis. And Lewis still with the siege ship hitting the TC. Hitting the TC. And these things, they stopped attacking the castle for some reason. Because the reason is this army. Down it goes. And there's a defensive castle from Vivi trying to protect what left he has of the gold. And a couple of stables. Oh, and a farming space. Flat area to farm. And a TC for Lewis. That's how he used it. He used the Great Unknown for farms. So what do the tribes do now? I mean, the market's there. They'd have to find a way to trib the next castle to keep being useful. There's a lot of navy left for Lewis. Yeah, he might have a couple of fish traps. He doesn't even. You see, the best thing the navy does is provide essentially cannon galleons against the castles. And more of the siege ships, more of the siege ships. Look at them go with those little animations as they shoot, launching their trebuchet projectile. That's cute to see that. And that goes down. Ooh, just in time for light cav raids to come in. Castle goes down just as the raids come in. At the same time, light cav going for the trebs on the right. Lewis with light cav everywhere. Taking out trebs, taking out siege, taking out some skirms. Okay, some of the light cav going down to the castle though. Light cav raids continuing, but running down into some cavaliers. Got another TC on a gold from Vivi, trying to keep his gold income up. And blast furnace for Lewis. Clearly Vivi didn't make Victorias. Oh, clearly that's the problem. Victorias. Yeah, Vivi's holding on. I'm just going for the stable. Oh, Lewis has collected all relics. Lewis has collected all of the relics. What? There are 5 relics on the map and he has all of them. Lewis has a 200-year relic victory timer. Okay, the timer's down there. I need to move the HyperRandom logo because it is behind the timer. Okay. Hold on. Scoreboard time. Okay, don't overlay the timer. HyperRandom, you as a logo gotta be up higher. There we go. This is requiring me to update my overlay. Okay. Oh, was there a relic timer earlier and I just didn't notice it? As we have a pause. Why do we have a pause? Oh, it's just Lewis encountering lag. Okay, Lewis's lag. I guess it makes sense to have it by the score. In game, it's kind of by the top right. With all the text and stuff up there, I guess that makes sense for it. Yeah, those relics are not exactly safe. That is... fair point. Especially not with those trebs and those cannons there. I'll have night block printing chemistry coming in. Trebs going down to the light cav raids. Light cav hit the cannons. Cannons all go down. Light cav will go for a Treb. And Treb not down. More monks, though. Monks and cavaliers as the Trebs push forward. Lewis down here with a castle. I feel like Lewis wins anyway without the relics, but always more stylistic to win with the relics and give us a timer. So he doesn't need to finish off Vivi fully in case of ACCM like holding out. Oh, you're right, I could have multiple timers at the same time, and I'll need to move that logo up even more. But Vivi will call the GG, and Lewis will tie it up 1-1. So now this becomes a best of 3 on HyperRandom with everything tied up. 184 to 129 KD, and the dragon ships getting back onto water eventually led Lewis to a victory. Time to call a restart because they didn't get the settings right. No. So that ties it 1-1. It's so nice when I don't have as many overlays to update in between the games. Alright, let me do the quick ad on Twitch, and also grab some water for myself. Alright, and they're launching again. Okay, this will be HyperRandom Game 3. Lewis will be the Persians and Vivi will be the Goths. Persians versus Goths. If you needed monks to chase off siege ships. You know, that's a good point. Monks against the cannon galleon or siege ship lines. Usually one of the best options. Alright, and here we go. Game number 3. The Chinese siege ships have a shorter ranged attack versus flesh units. Now that is a way to say something that's not a building. Okay, so we have a Nomad start. That should be great for the Persians. So Persians versus Goths. Vivi will have his TC on a hill and on a very small clump of trees. Lewis will TC the berries, and there won't even be food on the berries. Okay, I think this is a much better start for Vivi. He'll have 3 vills on the TC right from the get-go too. Well, better Nomad Civ for Lewis. He's really going to enjoy that plus 50 wood that he has. And Cthulhu.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Vivi at least has wood. If you can get that elephant, oh my gosh. Goth longer lasting hunt with a 539 food elephant. Has he seen the elephant? Ooh, he needs to see the elephant. He needs that elephant to wander into his fog of war. It's right there. He's going to be scouting with a Vil. You will see that, oh, the wild camels have extra food on them too. You can push those to the TC. I'll have to take the buffalo. I don't think he can scout with it. So, land nomad start, no dock. And Lewis needs to make sure that he has the wood for a lumber camp. A lumber camp will be crucial here. Well, not siege / ships. Could also say humanoid or living. Or building. Well, I guess elephant rams are a flesh unit then. That would count as a siege, and they still have the attack against them, right? Of their longer range. Yeah, that's why I don't like swapping out ranges and stuff in AoE 2. I think there's the fire archers do it too. I think keeping the range the same for everything is more appropriate way to handle things. I think it gets really confusing when you have different stats for different setups. Yeah, I remember when you had to make the lumber camp. Kind of missed that about the map. That was fun. Made the map feel different that you had to start with the lumber camp. Because back then, I don't think you could do the nomad resources thing for map scripts. How much food do the berries have? Very little, though they have a very nice amount. 69 food each. Elephant coming in, and elephants will have a ton of food. So this is Lewis. Look at his scouting. Did he see Vivi's TC? He probably did. He went right past it. You'll see Vivi pushing the camels if he pays attention in the fog of war. Vivi, did he see Lewis's TC? No, he hasn't been close to it, so maybe not. That was a starting Vil, and we saw the starting Vils immediately went to the TC. I don't know if Vivi saw the Vil of Lewis that was walking past. If he did, and then he knows Lewis is up here. So a lumber camp going up for Lewis. Oh, that one baobab tree in a forest of other trees stands out as taller than the others. So 242, so almost 500 food between those two camels. Yeah, you can definitely mill that. YouTube stream broken? YouTube stream looks fine. Hello, not sure. Is the YouTube stream fine for everyone else? I don't have any... the stream health tab says stream is healthy. Someone on YouTube can just write if it seems okay. That'd be nice. Or if someone from Twitch could check the YouTube stream. Works, okay, works for noob. Perfect. Okay, then. Works for Nikolai. Alright, YouTube stream seems to be working then.
Almost.
Order buffalo for Vivi. 132 food running around. Seems to be okay. Good. Oh, look at that poor dead wild camel. We'll get a house up there for Lewis. TC spot in the corner. Oh, you're thinking you build a TC here? I mean, that spot in the corner. Resources everywhere. That's a nice mill spot for Lewis in the north. Yeah, the corners are rich in resources, it would seem. Oh, nice oh my gosh, the Vivi is the Goths. Having the longer lasting hunt will have so much food. Especially with all the camels out too. The ostriches at least don't have as much food as normal. But some of them have more food. Never mind, some have extra food. See if we can finish taking the extra food ones, as both players up food all at around the same time. And I'll have a barracks for Vivi. And a barracks for Lewis. And immediate stable for Lewis. Okay, so he will be going scouts. Well, Vivi is the Goths. Do a stable too? You do a range? He'll do an archery range. Okay, well, what does Vivi not have access to in the middle? Gold. The gold. One gold in the middle that's a bit closer to Lewis. One stone there. Oh wait, never mind. I see it now at the edge. He won't have gold in the middle, but he will have gold at the edge, kind of south of his TC. In a spot he should be able to quick wall and be okay. Nope, they have both used their re. We've had both players use their re, and we've had an admin re. So the admins have used their re too. Yeah, everyone's using. Maybe Nilly still has a re. We know those get called now too. A mill here. Ooh, mill on more ostriches. Mill for a good amount of food for Lewis. Maybe adding in a range right next to the stable. That'll probably be skirms then. He'll have gold in the back if he can get that walled. Walled in the villas in the lumber camp. Wants to keep them safe. We're in the bracket, are we? We are in the elimination round of the GSL stage. So we are looking at two players who want to make it to a decider match where they'll play against DauT. The loser is out. And the winner has at least one more set where they keep playing. Yeah, whoever wins plays versus DauT. So Elephant Lorden by the Ville. DauT is still in, yes. DauT is still in. He's in the decider match against the winner of this set.
Salon. Almost. Ori. Bereite. Ja. Pace. Ja. Belated.
Okay, scouts coming over. Spears looking to get to the wood line. Defensive tower for Lewis as he's afraid of the archers. And he's going to come over with skirms and try to chase this down with skirms. More doubt, the better. I think that's always true. The more doubt, the better. So stable going up for Vivi. So he will go archers into scouts. Lewis going scouts into skirms. I'm surprised he towered with the skirms. I guess he just wants to be extra safe knowing he doesn't have a lumber camp closer to the TC. And now he is walled. Now he managed to wall fully. Now he should feel pretty safe. Vivi not managing to wall, but again, that's part of the initial TC location, more to the middle. Harder to wall, especially with how barren the middle is with regards to the wood lines. Wood lines much thicker to the outside. So Vils will keep using that mining camp, and we'll have a house going up there for Vivi. And Town Watch on the way for Lewis. Alright, Town Watch, give him some extra vision. Yeah, look at all he sees, look at all he sees, look at that vision. You can see clearly now. Also with the tower, deleted the wall on the lumber camp, makes it a bit easier for the Vils to pathfind. He'll go to the gold in the back. This gold has more than normal. Each of these has 1,050 or so. This stone has less stone than normal. This far more than normal. In maps that start with the castle, DauT's one should start one tap from completion. Maybe all castles should start like that. Make you actually finish them. And Castle Age clicked first for Lewis. DauT's player, though, with more res collected overall. Guess that hunt bonus paying off right now. The skirm gives chase to the archers. Scouts will take out the skirm. Down it goes. Scouts come forward and the archers come forward. Skirms will take out the scouts here. So fletching and Castle Age on the way. And Persians should dominate the Goths? What makes you say that? Goths can spam cheap halbs against their war elephants. I would love to see if we get to that stage. Don't think we will, but it would be great if we did. So Bloodline's on the way for Lewis. And house on the way, there it goes. Scouts will start hitting at the palisade. Skirmish try to take them down. And it lets the scouts in? Okay, that could have been walled. Maybe did you want to let a knight out? Well, now 2 scouts are in. They have good HP and might hoover a bit. Elite skirm. Gold upgrade on the way. Vivi gonna be much later to castle. He's up now. But this is wide open. If Lewis can go heavy into knights, he can probably get a good raid here. So skirms to harass the wood now. Knights come in through an area that simply can't be walled. And I think Vivi's in a spot of trouble. No upgrades on the knights at all for Lewis, and he's doing Vodkin first for the skirms. I guess that makes sense for the skirms. But I think in the long run, if he focuses on the knights, he runs in here and disrupts under the TC, gets into the wood line. Under the tower to hit the gold. Hoovers on the farms. Knights disrupt everything here. Vivi in such a difficult spot when he can't wall. So I thought the initial TC from Lewis on the berries would be rough, just due to not having wood, but he managed to do the lumber camp and get wood anyway. And he was absolutely fine. Like I said, the plus 50 wood you start with from being Persians definitely helped him. Made that TC a bit more palatable than another more wood-hungry civ at the start. And just contrast that to Lewis, who has fully walled the entire quarter of the map where he is. Across the front doing a gate now. Stop those pesky raids from small numbers. So Bodkin and crossbow on the way. Why is my YouTube stuff wrong spot? Oh, that's because I had scrolled. Alright. I was like, wait, why can't I see my viewer count? Alt-tabbed and must have scrolled at some point. Scrolled past it. I'm good. So Camel added in from Lewis. That'll be to help fight the Knights. Less effective against the crossbows, but definitely helpful against the Knights. Gives him a bit of speed, too. Oh, all the way over in the west. Vivi is milling there. Let's see, Lewis scouting to the south. Scrums come forward as the Knights turn around. Would have been cooked if you didn't have Persians. Certainly helped that spot. So Lewis buying wood that Vivi just sold. Imagine if Vivi sold the wood to Lewis directly. So what does Lewis do with his army? So far he's content just to hoover. Crossbows, knights, and a couple of monks for Vivi. And, well, another relic. We have a fight here. Will there be a commitment? I don't think so. That's way too low of a hill for Lewis. He does not want to fight in the valley. As another monk comes out, monk for Lewis will try to secure a relic over here. So it won't have a relic victory. Relics are split between the players, at least. Anyways, Bart's been here already. Spy versus spy. And wheelbarrow on the way. Oh wait, what? Wheelbarrow on the way. I clicked pikeman. Wheelbarrow for Vivi. And Lewis going pretty heavy for camels, actually. Oh boy. Scout will see what's over here. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. And Lewis now has a spot where he can send his knights. Okay, that spot's going to be trapped. 1 HP. Duplicate. There we go. Vivi got a bit too fancy there. Bart sent you over here. Well, he has been here earlier. Okay, TC for Vivi. Vivi, you can see the knights. You gotta get this walled. Okay, he does get it walled. Scale mill armor. Squire is on. Vivi is the Goths, so he will pump out some cheap pikemen. And get them upgraded. And camels coming forward as the skirms hoover around. Too quick in transferring the info to the knight. Lucy's in the market. And knight's come down. TC over here in the corner. So someone talked about TCs over there. Vivi did one, keeps everything safe. Lewis doesn't really need a TC in the back. You can send Vils there. Not like it's a protective structure, but still probably would be nice to have. So loads of monks set to convert camels. And the skirm's picking off the monks. A great micro from Lewis. And he'll be fighting where the camels are on top of the hill. And the skirms felt like they didn't take the best fight. And overall, Vivi with crossbows will come out on top here. Yes, he will. Lewis still with the score lead. He's up 90 to 61 Vils. Vivi on 1 TC. Lewis has managed to boom behind this. And he'll do double stables at home. Sable doing husbandry. And we have a defensive castle from Lewis. Does the defensive castle mean war elephants? Does it? I hope so. That'll be a stone wall then from the castle to the edge. Or gates going up in the walls. Now, Imp on the way for Lewis, but forward castle from Vivi. Okay, forward castle from Vivi. He has the workshop. He's doing a ram. I'd honestly be kind of scared of a ram push if I were Lewis. Maybe he could even do elephants. Stop rams. Well, we want to see a war elephant from that castle, right, chat? I think that's what we want. I can only hope that they don't want to show the majestic elephant. Sometimes we see elephants. 2 workshops in the back for Lewis. He needs to find a way to turn that score advantage into a KD advantage and then an actual advantage. Yep, another castle on the hill there for Lewis. Here come the pikemen. And more Vils go for the castle as the pikemen are queued over to them. More knights come in. Knights trying to jump the monks. And they'll get a decent jump on one of them. Some of the other monks were healing at the same time. And Imp just about hit for Lewis. He'd love to have that castle as he's Imp, I'm sure. He's getting raided and losing Vils. And yeah, 99%, and there it goes. There it goes. Okay, Vils walking out and about. Knights coming forward. And chemistry on the way. He has 2 TCs. Oh, yes, that's true. The 2 TCs, right? He has the far west one. My point still stands that Lewis has a huge eco advantage. Huskarls to take out a castle. Well, Huskarls to raid, they do have plus 4 hits buildings. Trebs are deployed now. They go for the castle. Looks like they go for the castle. And over here we have a night raid. We have a night raid on the TC to the west. That is the Imp TC. Okay, Imperial Age for Vivi. And castle goes down. Alright, maybe that TC is next. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's a... I got confused what the Treb was shooting at when they were shooting at the castle. That's Lewis's TC. That's Lewis's TC. There we go. That TC stays alive. Stays alive. Lewis can reclaim it. And middle of the map still owned by Vivi, kind of outside by Lewis. And some Huskarls going for the Treb. They will be successful. 3 more Trebs come forward. Some hand cannoneer support. Alright, Trebs coming forward. Hand cannons coming forward. Hand cannoneers against skirms. That should be good for the skirms. And even the Huskarls. That's an it depends matchup. Castle now getting Treb down. 4 Trebs for Lewis, pushing this back. He has a 133 to 81 bill lead, getting another castle in the middle. Hard to find a TC spot on this map. Well, I mean, the tops of the hills are flat. It's lots of areas where you can't build, but it's not like it's the entire map that's a little bumpy hill like some of the DE Arabia versions. Lewis pulling so far ahead down. It's just thanks to booming. That's what booming does if you're not harassed. This castle will go down. Oh, that's not going to be any Trebs. Vivi, he's doing ballistics. And light cav on the way for Lewis as he's getting ready maybe just to raid to death. Finally, he's going to raid Vivi everywhere. Been waiting for that since I talked about the knights early on. He'll raid and probably deploy his Trebs behind the raids. Risk collected 12k ahead. There's heavy plow. And the castle coming up here for Vivi. Workshop here, and 4 Trebs coming forward. They are going to go immediately for the castle. Immediately for the castle, nothing that can stop that. A few skirms. And I mean, 4 Trebs, you're not going to out-repair 4 Trebs with this number of vills. Immediately he repairs, but it's 7 vills for the first Treb, 6 for every subsequent Treb, and that is not going to be 23 vills. Or, what would 6 times 4 plus 1? 25 bills. And range going down. Now Lewis can push down the middle of the map. Still looking for elephants. Still looking for elephants. And a castle in the middle from Lewis that'll defend his main gold. Only a 3 villager castle, so that'll take a long time to go up. He moved Villain. No, he didn't. For a second, I thought he ciphered off a Villain was doing it with only 2. So now Vivi's starting TC might be in danger. Some of his buildings are. There's a bombard cannon out, but that's the only thing that can threaten the Trebs right now. And Lewis has his own cannons for defending against that. Probably be moving his Trebs up and going either for those stables or the TC. And workshop over here crumbles. 1 Treb goes down. We're still just looking for that one big push from Lewis, and maybe the Cavaliers into Savaras will be the push doing armor. And maybe he doesn't want to go just yet. Maybe he wants to wait for his upgrades. But then another little over a minute we'll have a big push. Stable getting hit by the Trebs. Stable 116 HP, that'll go down. there's a GG from Vivi as he can't hold the push from Lewis. And Lewis goes up 2-1. And after a very competitive game number 1, you look at that as saying almost a sweep, but I think Lewis is playing very well so far. On the brink of going to the decider against DauT. That's 106 kills for Vivi, but not enough economy at all, and Lewis eventually is able to push out. And that takes us past the 5-hour mark of the stream. So I hope you all are enjoying. As a 2-1 lead for Lewis. Map and Civ win for Lewis. I guess a combo there, right? Better Nomad Civ and better start location on the map for his starting TC. I was worried about Vivi's not being walled that whole game. And by the end, did come back to bite him a bit. Not as early as I thought it would, though. And we're early there in the lobby again. So again, it is full random. You can happen to get the same save as your opponent. Rare to get a mirror match, but it can happen. And hello, Jelaresh Medrano. I probably butchered your pronunciation, but hello. Alright, and we're launching, and it will be Bulgarians for Lewis, Vietnamese for Vivi. I'll have a 100-second spec delay. So Lewis in the driver's seat here, up 2-1. Both players have used their restarts. Pronunciation is okay. And thank you, Royal Panzer, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. And here we oh, islands. So Vivi will be the blue Vietnamese to the west. Lewis, the red Bulgarians to the east. They start with a tent. Does the tent give pop space? No, it doesn't. So, useless tent, I guess? Doesn't look like it does anything. Just a tent built on the snow. I feel like they should take the snow out of the floor underneath the tent when they place the tent. But anyway, we will have Vietnamese Bulgarians, a Civ matchup that I think definitely favors the Vietnamese. Bulgarians, what are they going to do? Sea Challenger, maybe. Oh gosh, we'd love to be Dravidians on this map. So this is the most useless abundance of fish ever. Because it's so far into the corner, it would be incredibly inefficient to go all the way out there and fish. It does give pop space? TC, house. Oh, I guess it does give 5 pop space then, never mind. I must have looked at it when houses were under construction and my mind mathed wrong. So yeah, T5, 10, 15, 20 pop space. So, oh gosh, wild chickens. I hate these things, they're so small. Okay, so 5 pop space from your tent. It is a 3x3 building for 5 pop space. I guess to make up for the snow that's on the ground. And how much food will be on this board? 273 food. Let's see, what about the other fish? Okay, decent fish in the shallows. Tuna, salmon. Salmon have a lot of food on them. Tuna, not much. Could dock the outside. There are fish along the outside of the map. Oh, wait, you start with a fire ship. Okay, players start with a fire ship. And, ooh, fire ship that could deny a dock. Lewis there. Vivi trying to quick wall, but the palisade goes down. And the fire ship gets the Vil kill. The dock at 92.52%. An awful start for Vivi, losing the Vil on the dock. That is painful. The fire ship for Lewis was in just the right location to deny that. Oh, that is rough. To have a villager burnt to a crisp as you're starting the game. And no dock for Lewis. Lewis says, I don't like the Civ matchup. I'm going to YOLO drush men-at-arms as the Bulgarians and hope something works. So, barracks before dock. That's the way he's doing it. Chicken still scouting. Using his fire with it. You have a Shah, too. They have a Shah as the scout. Send a trade cart with a champion in it. This game is already getting spicy. So, Loom on the way for Vivi. And hello, JS Tank 2000. The chicken's coming over. Yeah, at least the map seems pretty even. Civ matchup, though, that's rough. Looks like 2 relics for each player, too. So 1, 2 for Lewis, then 1 and 2 for Vivi over here to the west. And the Shah will push in a deer. We'll have Feudal Age on the way for Lewis. Bill's moving out to the gold. I don't want to kill it all the way out there. I'll have to bring this back to the TC. There's a dock for Lewis forward. And fire ship around the back. The fire ships will converge, but the fishing ship there to block will be great for Vivi. And Lewis will have to run. He'll have to run and try to repair. Oh, look at all those boars. 4 boars. Whoa, what the heck? There is 2,000 food in those boars. Oh, has he scouted that? No, he didn't scout that. Oh gosh, does Vivi have boars like that? That is a ton of food. No. Gosh, that's just... Lewis needs to find those boars. Okay, Lewis did find a repairville, though. Are there more boars like that? Oh gosh, there's another set of boars like that. Okay, okay, not evenly distributed, but looks like there are probably 2 groups of that on the map, both on Lewis's island. Need more DauT versus Tato ultra small map. I did enjoy that. I thought that was fun. The ultra small maps are really cute.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
They work out much better than I ever thought they would have.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh.
Man at Arms coming in, and they will be there. They will be there. The Shah gonna try to block, and that'll force Vivi off of his gold. Vivi will immediately do a watchtower. Send 9 Vils to do the watchtower to make sure the Men at Arms don't harass him there. Now he'll have to find a lumber camp or somewhere else to go. You do a 36 by 36 HyperRandom? Ooh, that would be really tricky. A double bit axe on the way from Lewis. And we have enough maps, we could do a map pack and randomly select from the few dozen 36 by 36 maps we've done. We could at least do like a full random or random land map pack. A lot of small map fights. At least we have a lot of them by now. Men at Arms come over to the lumber camp. They'll start whacking away at that. Vil will probably repair. Guess you could spam some hyper-random gens and pick the seeds for the ones that work and package them up for a show match. That's not really how it works, though. I think if we could do that, we really wanted to commit to the randomness aspect of it. So Archer gets a couple of shots on the Men at Arms. They'll have to run. I'll have a watchtower up behind this wood line. Okay, at the same time, fire galley now forward, along with the fire ship for Lewis. Important to keep that fire ship prepared. I'll have the repairville out there as a demo comes forward. And a skirm here forward. So forward range for Lewis. He is being as aggressive as he can be. Trying to break in on this lumber camp. We'll be doing the tower, just deleting the tower then. And leaving that wood line be. Forcing Vivi to commit to the tower. We could get maybe an outside tower, but at least Vivi's on stone so we can do more towers. Still running around in the back. A couple of skirms might come out of that range.
Приказание.
So you're fighting as the skirms come over. And will the fire ship finally go down? Oh no, repairvilles, 2 repairvilles, keeping that alive. And Vivi off the dock, Vivi off the dock. And he's trying to get his own repairville. They're both putting so much effort into repairing that fire ship. Could this be it, though? 2v1, 1 Vil repairing. Well, 2 Vils need to repair. Here comes a demo, though. That could hit both repairvilles. The Vils have to get to land. This will be close. The Vil repairing. The fire ship gets the Vil. These two Vils try to repair. That one Vil goes down. This will be close. And Lewis wins the fire ship fight, keeps his fire ship alive. He keeps it sailing, and he'll get to repair it, and he'll get that repaired fully. And that should be, hopefully, for Lewis, a win on the water until the demo comes over and gets the repair Vil, and gets the fire ship down to 16 HP. And then that has to really pull back for repairs. Go back into harbor.
Nhà bẩm có thảo dân.
And market going up.
Điện hạ có gì sẽ bảo nhân.
So Castle Age on the way for Lewis. Is now 6 archers come over.
Xin phụ mệnh. Có tiểu nhân. Điện hạ có gì sẽ bảo.
Skirms come over. They'll be taking out the archers.
Xin phụ mệnh. Có tiểu nhân. Điện hạ có gì sẽ bảo. Phụ mệnh.
Archers all going down.
Điện hạ có gì sẽ bảo. Có tiểu nhân.
Down they go. 3 archers in a row. Lewis up to castle. Vivi won't be too far behind.
Dân nữ xin chào lệnh.
However, no crossbow potential for the Bulgarians. Could go cav archers. Could have Bulgarian versus Vietnamese cav archers. And Lewis pulling back his fire ship. The skirms come forward. He's still fishing a bit. And there's Vivi up, but 2 minutes behind.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Probably wouldn't mind seeing double stable knights right now from Lewis. I don't know if he has the economy added in for that, though. Only 42 Vils. Where are these Vils going? They're coming forward. Oh, he wants to Krepos to drop. I think. Could be a castle. I'd imagine it's like a Krepos there. Or like right here to try to take out towers. Right there. Okay, yeah, on the hill overlooking 2 stones. That makes sense. You take the stones away from Vivi, and then he won't be able to react to more Kreposts. His Vivi scattered. Yeah, Vivi has more stone in the back. So he could go to a mining camp there. That would help recover. 169 stone there. I don't think this Krepost can be stopped. Even with that tower. Blue's taking a score lead.
Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ.
Có tiểu nhân.
Ooh, archers coming forward though. Archers forward from Vivi. Lewis didn't spot them. And they will push him off of his gold. They'll keep hovering around. Lewis will have to do a defensive tower of his own on his wood line. Doesn't have any skirms back here to defend. They'll have to send a skirm back. There's 1 Krepost up. And you can see maybe another one coming forward for Lewis. He still has 350 stone. How much are Kreposts to build? I always remember thinking they're too cheap. Oh, we'll have a pause. We'll see. Have a quick pause by Vivi, it looks like. 350? Well, 356 is just enough then. And hello, Ranger Alpha.
Yes.
There we go. We have a 14 and a yes. Vivi up to castle. Oh, the Shah's still there. Oh, he's taking some chickens.
Thảo dân xin chào lệnh.
Skirm's hitting the wood line. Tower there to try to stop the Krepost.
Kiến điện hạ.
And some Konix here could
Gì sai bảo.
be cool. Maybe some armor.
Có thảo dân.
And a Konix push. Over here, the Shah is still forward. Archers on the coastline, trying to see what's going on. Lewis wanting to do an outpost, see if they can maybe hit the fishing ships. 1 skirm is back and ready to try to deal with 3 archers.
Dân nữ xin chào lệnh.
Power does go up. Will the Krepost go up or will it be denied?
Sai bảo.
Will it be denied? The skirms were not able to deny the tower. Lewis trying to get this. He'll lose 1 Vil. Spam clicking slows it down, but then everything garrisons. Alright, he can pop out with the skirms, try to get some kills on the Vils. And use the Krepos to take out the tower. On the water, that fire ship for Lewis, still winning fights. That dock's on 93 hit points. It'll destroy a fire galley, then destroy the dock. And if it auto aggroes onto that, then it'll be destroyed. Okay, there we are. Well, Shah's still in the back. Archers over here. You can see their quivers. Apparently their dead quiver floats on water. One wolf chasing all the skirms away. They're going to try to group up with more skirms. And second range for Vivi. Might be going Cav Archer. Yep, Vietnamese Cav Archer. Second TC for Lewis. Feels like Lewis is in a great spot for applying pressure. And Vivi doesn't have much more gold access last year. Yeah, he had to go to the side for gold. Has the Shah seen that? He has seen the gold. Hasn't seen the active mining camp yet. That mining camp goes down.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân.
And forward villager. Does Lewis see that? Vivi trying to go forward, do something sneaky. The fires are there. Lewis, it's in his line of sight. Do the fires aggro? They'll aggro onto that. That might help Lewis realize it's there. Husbandry on the way for Vivi. Lewis should realize that sooner rather than later. He does indeed have Town Watch. And that Vivi's in his line of sight for a good amount of time now. Fires won't go back to it, and he'll just walk right past. Okay, so Vivi with the sneak Vil. All the wild animals attacking the skirms, the wolves, the bears. Vodka now for the double range Cav Archers. Yes, light Vil lead for Lewis. And maybe looking long term, remember, wonders are viable. We are playing on standard victory. And you're on an island map, so you could do a wonder and try to defend it on your island. War Galley was researched for Lewis. His fire ship is no longer unique. You try to win the water with fire ships. So one demo that will get a fire, at least. This dock could maybe be going down, although the fires, they want to come down and find the fishing ships if they can. Ooh, and fire ships are great at destroying fishing ships. So Bodkin for this Krepos will let it hit that tower. Hit and destroy that tower. And a few knights in a monastery for Vivi, but if this tower goes down, another Krepos can come forward on the gold. Not enough stone for Krepos, though. Lewis off of stone. And Cav Archer raids will commence now. Lewis has to be real careful of those Cav Archer raids not to start losing Vils. These Vils wanted to go back to gold, but might just have to be content with being idled. University and ballistics now. We'll have a knight forward. Looking to hit the wood line from Lewis. Where is skirms? The skirms are on the way back. He's deciding I need to deal with those Cav Archers. I need to come back to the skirms. Bills will have to wall up, garrison the tower. Cav Archers, can they sit at the base of the tower? Not with the skirms on their way. And the skirms should be able to clean this. Ooh, that lack of ballistics there hurt. Sneaker fishing. So what happened to this Vil? Oh, the Vil is fishing and he's gonna walk back. If Vivi wanted the sneak Vil, well, he's not gonna have it anymore. Well, maybe who knows? He'll put the fish in the dock and then walk back again. Mill will go down soon. Lewis pulling ahead in score, even though Vivi has more res collected. Disrupting the fishing eco, as we're going to have yet another dock in the back for Vivi. Vivi with the second TC. Lewis had done his earlier and is up by 8 Vils. Oh, the dock Vils fishing the same fish? Oh gosh, that's hilarious. Oh wait, is this like a dock where the villager decided that was scattered, so it went to... Oh my gosh, I think the dock was made and the Vil went to take the closest fish, and that was the closest one. Yeah, it was slightly closer than this one. Yes. You're right there taking the same fish. Yeah, Vivi, if he notices that. Yeah, that Vil is really determined to fish. So a few Vils could go down in this raid. Lewis has to keep running them. Managing the eco here, extra tricky for Lewis. There's a monk on the way. Gets a conversion on a knight. I'm sure he'd love to get that relic. Wants to heal his other monk first though. And quick TC for Lewis, thrown up here as he goes for another tower. Doing everything he can to make sure that the cav archers are kept away. Don't think this tower goes up before they hoover on over though. He might lose a couple of Vils on it. So a bit late to do that. Greedy maybe to stay there. Well, the cav archers don't have ballistics, so you can dance a bit. And we'll have Vivi here on the gold. Ooh, the Konix here. They could deny the TC. Lewis, the Vils. Lewis, you're not attacking the Vils. Go for the Vils. Alright, there we go. He will deny the TC in the end. There's a monk somewhere. He's far away. Little bald guy has to come over. And the Konix gets converted though. Alright, so Cav Archer raids here. Lewis gets the tower up. That'll help defend. Shaw running around. Insta, that was very non-insta. That was a long time in the making. So 15 Vil lead for Lewis. At least we'll have handcart for Vivi. He's doing another TC. A third on that bottom gold. Trippost here now adding some cav for raiding. Armor still not in for Lewis. 84 Vils, 20 Vil lead. Fourth TC. So he's getting a nice boom going. And a nice map control game going with the crep hosts. All conversions are insta. All conversions are insta. Monk's looking for conversions of the knights. Just deleted from Vivi. Ballistics, horse collar, and stone mining all on the way for Vivi. And 2 net plus salmon on the side. Cav archers destroy the fishing ship, and we'll have handcart on the way for Lewis. 2 more ultra small map challenges. Yeah, we'll do them. We do a few of them over time. We're not going to do them every day, but we've done quite a lot of them. As I said, I've made several dozen maps of them. Maybe we'll do like a Stronghold Frenzy, like sub goal, or a small map version of it. We have a house from Vivi, house going up. The monks will want conversion on the cav archers. CA will get converted there, a couple of nice conversions. And now it's 102 Vils to 78, 102 to 78. I'd love to see a demo in that dock. In the back, the fire is finding the TC. And, well, there's the stone from Vivi. He's out of stone now. And he's doing a castle, but out of stone after having a castle set up. I need to watch how people react to them. I enjoy how we can get fairly accurate representations of the maps. Okay, cav archers here could do some damage, but skirms are chasing them. Vils will gate them in. Vils will fight them. The faster they take them out, the fewer Vils will die. Eventually the cav archers go down, but that will even out the Vil count quite a bit. And okay, now it's only a 10 Vil difference, but we have Imp on the way for Lewis, and Imp will be scary. He could get a forward castle and go for a Trebor. That'd be one way to do it. And get some skirms of his own out. Maybe he needs more skirms after seeing the number of cav archers that Vivi has made. Okay, here are some forward vills. That's there are 8 forward vills. For a forward castle there, maybe. We'll have, oh, actually on the hill, very safe castle, securing the stones. So better imp time by over a minute for Lewis compared to Vivi. Castle will go up. Better eco for Lewis too, even after those losses. And armor for the cav archers, that hasn't been in yet. Forging for Lewis. You might want to forge a path forward to raiding these vills, who have been unwalled and defended only by armies so far, but now that Vivi's army is forward, maybe that gives the opportunity to do some raids. Especially with skirms to tank some tower and TC fire. I have Bracer on the way for Lewis. Beaten by a single monk in a dream. And Monk's OP. Monk's OP. So there's Bracer chemistry on the way for Lewis, really upgrading the skirms. And looking for the trebs, because we all know once the trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. It is the empty seed. No way that possibly gets sniped down in time, though. Feels like Lewis is in a great spot to carry this. He needs the Treb to be deployed. And he will be downhill against the castle, though. But has the Treb timing advantage out, at least. And okay, skirms coming forward. Ooh, 2 monks that could be killed. Insta-killed by the skirms. Okay, and skirms should be pretty effective here. Bunch of cav archers. And skirms keeping the cav archers away. Enemy CA continue being added in. But that's the main army for Vivi. And I feel like if Lewis can get to the armor on his cav and potentially get skirms, should be in a great spot to fight that. Stone for repairs are going to be a struggle for Vivi. That's true. Stone for repairs. He has 0 on stone. You will need to buy that. 28 on gold, so he probably has room to buy, but he needs to buy it. And Treb's going for the castle. Not enough repair vills. And Treb's doing damage. And that castle goes down. And with that castle, that'll be the Treb production. If enemies do have cannons, well, they're not out of siege. But without Treb production, it makes it all the harder to push a Krepos castle combination. As long as you have repairs on the Trebs, you shouldn't lose them. But will Vivi have repairs? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Ooh, Treb goes down while it was packed. Will Trebs pull back for Lewis? Doing Siege Engineer's Bloodlines. It's up to 143 vills. Oh, what is this? We have a clandestine TC from Vivi in the back. That fishing vill, I guess, finally realized he could do something other than fish. Oh, he had a mining camp and then a TC. So, castle for Lewis at home. Maybe he can just feel that something's amiss, and we'll do it at home for safety. Well, let's secure both islands. And look at all the techs. Light Cav, Husbandry, Conscription, Blast Furnace, Siege Engineers all coming in at once for Lewis. Just the final armor for Vivi. And again, Cav Archers here. Skirm's going for the Cav Archers. And now, a couple of Treb. Okay, that's a lot of Cav Archers over here. Vivi trying to push back on his land. Has enough Cav Archers, he maybe can do it. Lewis, maybe not enough skirms over here. Lewis needs to repair. His 2 Trebs are in the back. If you get on top of the hill and Treb back, that'd be one thing. 3 Trebs now. That's what you need to counter Treb. And another Treb shot. Coming forward doesn't hit. Alright, They're all very inaccurate. And Light Cav can go pick off the cannon. That's a bombard cannon out of position. Okay, can't really push into the Cav archers. Can't really push there. Skirm's not enough. And he has 16 villas repairing, so that should be enough to keep the castles standing. Even with one Treb. Wait, where'd the second Treb go? One of them got destroyed. And two cannons coming forward. Yeah, and squishier than the Trebs are. And stirrups for the faster attacking Cav. And it's just a big mass of skirms. Now, skirms are all Lewis needs here. He's a huge mass of skirms, then fights the Cav archers. Ooh, Treb gets hit. TC to the east has been moved. TC to the east has been deleted. Wait, what? What? Oh no, it hasn't been moved. It's been destroyed by a Treb, then moved over by a couple tiles. And rebuilt. So Siege Engineers for Vivi, but that's Siege Engineers when he doesn't have any Trebs. So I'm not sure how he's going to manage to push castles. Especially not when there are Krepos nearby too. So TC over here could go down to 2 fire ships. Probably took Vivi a long time to notice that. Okay, Konakir. I have an archery range in the east from Vivi. Lewis at least has taken the step of scouting that. Hussar raids getting everywhere now. Vivi's Vil count might start to drop due to these raids. Stir up Hussars with Blast Furnace. Ooh, these Vils will drop like flies. A big Cav Archer raid in Lewis's economy though. Lewis still has 140 Vils. Maybe he was overboomed a bit. Might be doing well to lose a few. He does need more farmers. Wants to keep up Hussars. I see red dots pretty much everywhere. Grab going for the central TC. There's one more shot and that'll go down. Overbooming means can ignore the raids. To an extent. Okay, TC down. Over here, Cav Archers raiding. We had lots of defensive crypt posts, hard for Vivi to find damage with them. And more Hussars coming in. Here is a GG from Vivi, and Lewis will do it. He'll take it 3-1. And he will advance to face DauT in the next round. 181 kills for Vivi, but not quite enough. The early forward aggression from Lewis leading to the forward creposts paid off. He was forward pretty much the entire game, starting with that barracks into the Drush. And well done for Lewis. He will win 3-1. I think that's probably a typo. I think he meant GG. Oof, alright, we've been streaming for almost 6 hours so far today, so thank you all for tuning in. And I might be back a bit later too, because we have more Stronghold Frenzy sets. We have one at 23 GMT. There's also one at 19 GMT. And what is 19 GMT? That is an hour from now. But I think I'm going to head offline. Maybe I'll cast the 19 GMT one as Rex. And I might be back tonight for more. So thank you all for watching. We'll end it on YouTube and raid someone on Twitch. And I'll see you all later.